We ran into some unexpected turbulence along the way. But thank you guys so much for joining us. We have 4 hours of fantastic content prepared for everybody here today. So it's gonna be a great ride. So settle in, grab a drink, get ready to go. Sounds like there's some reverb coming through. So
that's Teams. Thank you.
So we will. I think we're working on that right now.
Your Teams mic.
And that should be gone. I like to hear myself, so that's what we had going on there. So let's start over. Hi guys, welcome to this live stream here. Welcome to Virtual Fleet Week. Sorry about that. I had my producer in my ear, and I realized that I was talking to him as well, so he could hear. So I apologize. Let's start over. Hey, everybody. My name is Tim Slager. I'm the Senior Community Manager for World of Warships, and welcome to Virtual Fleet Week 2020. We have a lot of content prepared for the day. We have a lot of great opportunities to learn about some ships. We have an awesome collaboration we're doing with some awesome partners, as well as raising money for a wonderful cause. But first, let's talk about this fantastic person next to me. I'm joined by a gentleman that to me didn't need any introduction, but some of you may not know him. And the History Channel is proud to present Dr. Jeff Warrow in their partnership with Verizon Verizon, not Verizon Wireless, just Verizon as a whole. They've brought Dr. Jeff on board. Dr. Jeff he's the professor of military history at the University of North Texas, as well as the director of the UNT Military History Center. So welcome, Dr. Jeff Warrow to the stream.
Tim.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
Hey. Oh, no worries. All I heard was my name. I was like, great. So fantastic. Well, thanks so much again. I know you've got a lot going on, busy man. So we appreciate you joining us today. I'd love to learn about you and kind of talk about your role in this whole military history. And so let's get started. You're a professor of history. How did you get involved in history, and what kind of drove your passion for history?
From a very young age, I remember I had a paper route as a 10-year-old boy, and I ordered Russell Weigley's The American Way of War through an insert in the newspaper at age 10. So I had a long-running interest in military history. Also, if you grew up when I grew up in the 60s and 70s, all the shows on TV were kind of World War II themed, like Rat Patrol and Combat and 12 O'Clock High, McHale's Navy. So, you just kind of were steeped in military history throughout. And then everybody from the GI generation was talking about World War II all the time. So there's a lot of interest in that. And then I just sort of carried that forward in an academic way. As I got more serious about it, I just saw that the collision of powers in war was where a lot of the great political questions were worked out.
Awesome. And it looks like we have some alumni in our channel from UNT. So if you've ever taken one of Dr. Warrow's class, let us know. We'd love to.
Wounded Warriors in chat.
We'd love to pass on your hellos to him. So we're being joined from around the world. We have people joining us from every part of the world. So this will be a great opportunity. Now, you talk about shows that you watched in the 60s and 70s. One of the shows that I still watch today is MASH. I was never in the medical field. I was in the Navy, but I don't know if MASH had any real history connection to anything. But what would you say is your favorite show from that period of time that really inspired you to be where you're at today?
Oh, it's hard to say. I certainly picked up a lot of irony from Hogan's Heroes, gave you a bit of ironic detachment, which is critical when doing military history, because it does get so kind of freighted with extreme seriousness and nationalism and patriotism. So oftentimes you have to sort of step back and be truly objective and critical of what's going on, given the stakes in military history. I mean, people's lives are at stake every day. So it requires a real commitment to being, really objective about what's going on.
That's a good point. When I was in the service, one of the things that you learned very quickly is the seriousness of the job and the seriousness of what you're getting into. I joke that on the ship, I spent a lot of time sweeping and keeping the ship clean. And I asked our CMC one day, I was like, Master Chief, why are we spending so much time cleaning the ship? And his response was very, very poignant and very much, well, if there's ever an emergency, you don't want to be tripping over stuff in the P-ways. I'm like, yeah, I got that. Makes sense. If I'm running to a fire, I don't want to trip over, gear adrift in the P-ways. So it made sense. And then, obviously there's a lot of ceremonial things that happen aboard ships, so they want to make sure it stays clean. Now, did you ever serve in the military?
I have not. I served for 7 years as a professor of strategy and policy and strategic studies at the U.S. Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. So I didn't serve in uniform, but I certainly served with a lot of uniformed military in that capacity.
Oh, how did you come about filling that role at the academy?
Well, I went over as a visiting professor for a couple of years, and then when they had a more permanent opening, I went back from 2000 to 2005 as a professor of strategic studies. And so it was just, they were, the Naval War College really looks for civilian academics to teach in some of their programs to give it more of a professional academic feel.
Awesome. And so how would you compare instructing at the War College to instructing at, you say, the University of North Texas?
It's a different thing, you're in the classroom a lot more at the War College, and in the class, and you're teaching some electives, but mainly you're doing classes that are, they've been around for a long time, and they're tweaked every summer. There's a retreat where you kind of go in and you add new reading, and you weed out old reading, and you might get rid of a whole case study and put in a different one. And it's very much geared toward making the officers be strategic thinkers. So it's a fascinating subject, and for me as a historian, it was incredibly valuable because it really changed the way I look at military history ever since.
Outstanding. So what would you say is your favorite period, or the period of time that really is your most passionate historical period of time?
Well, I was always most interested in the 19th century. My first couple of books were on the German Wars of Unification. I was interested in how Prussia kind of took control of Central Europe, and then eventually became the most powerful great power on the continent, and the rise of unified Germany. And lately I've been more focused on the 20th century and the role of the United States.
Outstanding. And forgive me, I want to change subjects really quickly here. There's also somebody here in the background with us who will learn a little bit more from here in the show. But we're also joined by our North American community manager, Hapa Fodder, who served for 22 years, I believe, as a fire control chief in the U.S. Navy, as well as an instructor at the War College. Are you still with us, Hapa?
Yeah, I served a little over 20 years in the United States Navy. I served actually at the Surface Warfare Officers School there across the street from the Naval War College, but I worked hand in hand with the military and civilian staff there for 4 years. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we'll like I said, we'll hear from Hapa Fodder here in just a little bit. So I want to lay out the next 4 hours of everybody's day. So we have a lot of really awesome videos lined up. We're going to go over, and we're going to do a fleet week. We're going to go through a parade of ships, and we're going to show off some really awesome content that was put together by a team of people. And we have such a great partnership and relationship with Verizon, with History Channel, who brought Dr. Waro. I'm going to get this right, I promise. Dr. Waro. I promise I'll get it right. Dr. Waro with us today, as well as a fundraiser for Wounded Warrior Project. So you'll see there at the top of the stream, wow, we are already at $270 donated towards Wounded Warrior. We do have a goal for this stream to raise $22,000. 22 has a significant relation to military veterans, so hopefully we can hit that.
And Tim, sorry to interrupt, but we had our first donation for the day was $230.
Outstanding. Well, thank you so much for that donation. The thing that's really cool is Wounded Warrior's in the chat room. So if you see anybody from Wounded Warrior, be sure to say hi. We also have our friends from Verizon and our friends from History Channel tuning in as well. So one thing, though, the Wounded Warrior, in order to help kind of drive this, has offered to give away these really awesome, gigantic mouse pads for every milestone of $1,000 we hit. So every time we hit $1,000 donation, you'll see our Brazilian community manager, Mara Draco, call somebody's name out. And so just keep an eye on that ticker at the top, support Wounded Warrior, and we'll get started with the day. So like I said, we're going to have some really awesome content coming up. We're going to first talk about a series of ships that in World of Warships, I'm terrible at playing, but they have a huge impact on the military and the naval power. And we're going to talk about our cruisers. And so, you know, the cruisers have played a lot of pivotal roles within combat. And I think we're ready for the first our first video over our ships parade with cruisers. So let's go ahead and roll that there, Chris.
Throughout US history, the nation's internal politics often determined their external politics. Their policy of isolationism caused them to follow the treaty's naval limitations until the beginning of World War II. In July 1940, President Roosevelt signed the Two-Ocean Naval Act, in accordance with which the total tonnage of warships would increase by 70% in one go. The awesome production capabilities of the USA allowed them to easily implement all of their designed naval projects and plans. It was the only country among all naval superpowers that took part in the war to manage that in wartime conditions. The US Navy followed the worldwide trend of building heavy ships in the 1930s and experienced a severe shortage of light cruisers at the beginning of World War II. Before the USA joined the war, they had started developing ships that were designed for joint operations with destroyers.
The Atlanta-class cruisers, developed within the framework of the London Naval Treaty of 1936, were planned as fast-moving reconnaissance cruisers, and their design was geared towards countering Japanese destroyers. The main battery of the first 4 cruisers of the series, including Atlanta, comprised 8 coupled turret mounts with dual-purpose 127mm Mark 12 guns, which had a firing rate of 22 shots per minute. Atlanta could fire 10,560 kilograms of metal per minute with her main battery guns. Few light cruisers of that time had such firepower. Cleveland was laid down in 1940 and would become the lead ship of the most mass-produced series of light cruisers. She was based on the project of the Brooklyn class, which had already served in the Navy, but needed its design to be reworked due to the outbreak of war in Europe. While designing Cleveland, naval engineers took into account the experience of new military tactics that had emerged. For example, a triple bottom increased the cruiser's survivability in cases of magnetic mine detonations and proximity fused torpedo hits, while the increased threat of airborne attacks resulted in significant enhancement of the anti-aircraft armament. Between 1942 to 1946, out of 52 ordered cruisers, 29 entered service, and of them, 22 had active combat roles during World War II.
By the autumn of 1939, Americans had begun to create heavy cruisers that would meet the needs of the war. However, due to a severe shortage of time, it was impossible to design a new ship from scratch. That's why heavy cruiser Wichita, which was built in the middle of the 1930s, served as the basis for a new class.
When the Baltimore-class cruisers entered service in 1941, they were the largest heavy cruisers in the world, with a full displacement of more than 17,000 tons and length of 205 meters. Such dimensions allowed for improvements to the ship's seakeeping characteristics and stability, and also increased cruising range. In the opinion of many specialists, the Baltimore-class cruisers were the most balanced ships of World War II in terms of armament, armor, and cruising characteristics. Alaska is a representative of a special ship type known as large cruisers in the USA. Additionally, the availability of 305mm main battery guns made her more than just a heavy cruiser and more similar to battleships. The design process began.
So that video was really awesome. There's so many really cool cruisers and ships. And like I said, in game, I'm the worst cruiser driver ever. So let's talk, Dr. Warrow. I'm gonna get. I promise, I'll get it, man. I'll get it. Dr. Warrow. Is it okay if I just call you Jeff? Would that be easier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we live right now, or
we are back, sir? Yes, sir.
Oh, we're back. Okay.
Yes, sir. So we are back. So Jeff, what from the video we just saw and cruisers, what role did, in your opinion, cruisers play in changing the outcome of the war?
Well, I mean, the cruiser, given that we were fighting across these vast oceans, the Atlantic and especially the Pacific, you needed the cruisers to be able to cross this huge ocean space. And, the cruisers were essential to kind of locate and track enemy ships so the rest of the fleet could concentrate. You didn't have enough battleships for that, and they weren't as mobile and sustainable as the cruisers. So you needed them, and they would go out and they would patrol these sea lanes, find the enemy, and allow the bigger ships and the carriers to come and concentrate.
How much time would you say that a cruiser would spend out to sea during one of these evolutions where they're running these routes?
Well, they something like the Cleveland class, I think it was sustainable out to something like 11,000 nautical miles. So they were out there for a long time. They had great endurance, very seaworthy. I mean, that's one reason they were so big and heavy.
300 tons. Into the
they
small
could
hours, a
handle
column
the
of
rough seas,
Clevelands.
and they could also handle enemy fire, and so they were and they were essential piece because they could operate independently of a fleet. Unlike the destroyers, they were pretty heavily armed and heavily armored, so that if they got cut off, they could defend themselves adequately till reinforcements arrived.
The Alaska had what, 9 305 or 305 millimeter guns, I think.
Yeah, Alaska.
Yeah, it was a big.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, the Alaska is basically the American response to the German pocket battleships and the Japanese battle cruisers. It was really the only American battle cruiser at the time, and just really heavily gunned and armored so that it could measure itself against those kind of ships. And
they were fast too, 38 knots or 33 knots, I think. So I know I was on USS Eisenhower, and the top speed that we were doing on a carrier 50, 60, 70 years later was 33 knots. And so, they were fast, nimble, really well put together, really, really well defended ships. I've never had the opportunity to serve on a small boy, but I also don't know that I would survive the rough waves and the listing of a ship like that.
And they had to, and speed was vital also because they had to serve with the carriers, and they had to, with these fast carrier attack groups, they had to keep up.
What would you say is historically is the most pivotal cruiser, from World War II? What cruiser would you say kind of helped shift the balance of the war?
Well, I mean, I think the Cleveland class is so important because we build 27 of them, and they've got big guns, lots of armor, and we've got enough of them to go around, and they become critical in the island hopping campaign because they allow you to escort these carriers into range, and they give you a lot of options for shore bombardment, supporting the Marines and Army ashore. So I think Cleveland class is really, like the USS Little Rock. This is critical to American success in the war.
Yeah, and speaking of the Little Rock, it was one of the 6 cruisers, the Cleveland class cruisers, that were actually converted to become guided missile cruisers. So it was, and so I'm glad you brought up USS Little Rock. We actually have one of our next videos that we're going to go into is our naval legends of USS Little Rock, and it'll talk about what role USS Little Rock played in the war. And so let's take a look at that video, and we'll be right back.
One of the sites in Buffalo, New York State, is USS Little Rock, stationed at the local Naval Museum. It is the last remaining Cleveland-class light cruiser. Built in great numbers, these ships boasted good survivability and were considered the heaviest light cruisers in the history of the US Navy. Key specifications of the Cleveland-class cruisers: total displacement up to 14,300 tons, length 610 feet 3 inches, beam 65 feet 7 inches, draft 24 feet 7 inches, armament, primary armament, 12 Mark 16 guns in 4 turrets, caliber 6-inch. Dual-purpose artillery, 12 Mark 12 guns, caliber 5-inch. Anti-aircraft artillery. Different ships of the series were equipped with up to 28 Bofors and up to 20 Oerlikon autocannons. Armor. Armor belt and conning tower, up to 5 inches. Deck, 2 inches. Turrets, up to 6.5 inches. Air group, 4 float planes. Maximum speed, 32.5 knots. Cruising range, 11,000 nautical miles. In the evening of November the 1st, 1943, an imposing Japanese squadron left for Bougainville. It consisted of heavy cruisers Miyoko and Haguro, light cruisers Agano and Sendai, 6 destroyers and 5 transport ships carrying 1,000 troops. The Japanese force was to land on the island and defeat the US Marines, who had just been deployed to the coast of the Empress Augusta Bay. Late into the small hours, a column of Clevelands was moving along the coast of Bougainville. The US cruisers were in front of the Empress Augusta Bay when at 2:30, their radars detected a Japanese squadron comprising 6 destroyers and 4 cruisers. The US force, led by Admiral Merrill, deployed into combat formation, and its destroyers attacked the enemy. At 2:46, the US destroyers made their first torpedo salvo, but the Japanese ships changed their course, and the torpedoes launched by the Fletchers missed the targets. However, the maneuver broke the Japanese formation and sent it into disarray. This is when the Clevelands opened fire at cruiser Sendai. Primary armament shells severely damaged the Japanese ship. In this turmoil, heavy cruiser Miyoko ran into a friendly destroyer, cutting off part of her power. Having fired from their primary guns, the Japanese cruisers revealed themselves to the Clevelands, who immediately returned fire. The Japanese heavy cruisers suffered a defeat and retreated under the cover of darkness. The Clevelands came out of this night battle as decidedly victorious. USS Little Rock is the last remaining ship of her class. She served as a missile cruiser until the summer of 1977, when she was decommissioned. Today, the former squadron flagship is a museum in Buffalo, and her menacing appearance embodies the pride and glory of all Clevelands. One of the sites in...
Well, that was pretty awesome. The USS Little Rock is a ship I've never been to, but I definitely would love to visit. And again, I'm not sure that I would ever want to serve aboard a ship that size. But Jeff, what can you tell us about USS Little Rock and its part in the war?
Well, I mean, it was active in the Pacific theater, and just a critical part of this whole American strategy in the Pacific of, escorting the carrier groups and protecting them against other surface combatants, but also submarine threats, and then allowing, giving you a good shore bombardment capability during the island hopping campaign. So, like the Baltimore class cruisers, the Cleveland class cruisers were, absolutely essential in forming these carrier, attack groups and, knitting together the strategy that wins the war in the Pacific.
Yeah, the cruisers are just an incredibly functional and diverse tool, and the USS Little Rock is, like I said, I definitely want to visit USS Little Rock one day. Have you ever gone to see the ship?
It's the one in Buffalo, right?
I think so. Yeah.
If
Yeah, it's
so,
in Buffalo.
I've been on that one because I was in Buffalo and there wasn't anything else to do, so I went and saw it. But another really interesting feature about it is the number of anti-aircraft guns, and this was because of Pearl Harbor. That nobody thought about putting anti-aircraft guns on these big Navy ships until Pearl Harbor, and then suddenly they had to all be, heavily laden with them because they realized that the new threat for ships at sea was aircraft.
Yeah, it carried. I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly. Bofors,
in Oregon.
Yep, and it also carried 4 float planes on board, didn't it?
Yep.
So it's got a lot. That's a lot of weight for a small ship like that. Though I suppose in that era, those cruisers weren't considered necessarily smaller ships. But the armaments that they put on Little Rock, they had what, 6 AA, or no, it had 10. I think it was 10 AA mounts or 20 AA mounts. I don't quite remember, but yeah, I didn't know that they were put on because of Pearl Harbor.
Well, in every case, every ship had to be kind of rethought after Pearl Harbor because of the sudden awareness of the new threat. And another interesting thing about the Cleveland class is it's really the heaviest light cruiser in history, and it was a reaction to all this sort of frenetic shipbuilding that was happening in all the powers, after the naval treaties in 1922, 1930, 1936, in which they were kind of setting ceilings for the displacement of ships and the guns on ships. And so there's this constant competition to have the most potent cruiser,
let everybody
the most
know to stop spamming chat.
light cruiser, heavy cruiser, battleship, and the Cleveland class is a direct outgrowth of that competition. It's really big for a so-called light cruiser.
Yeah, that's funny as a light cruiser, and it served until 1975 or 76. I think is when it was finally decommissioned and turned into a museum years later.
Yep. So
as a light cruiser, I think it's incredible just to see, especially the evolutions of turning these into guided missile cruisers. Hapafodder's father actually served aboard USS Oklahoma, CLG-5. I'm sorry, Oklahoma City, as CLG-5. So that's really awesome. Yeah. So what, 25 years in service, I think the Little Rock spent. So that's incredible. Just seeing these ships and understanding that these were, going out to sea by yourself it's a forlorning feeling. But when you think about a ship that's out there doing its mission and not, the modern technology that we have today, we kind of take for granted, the radar systems, the observation systems, all of these things that were paving the way for the new Navy. And it's just incredible. Like we boarded, and we'll talk about USS Texas a bit later, but we went aboard USS Texas here in it was near Houston, and seeing the hammocks laying about everywhere in the galley and stuff. It was really just incredible to see. And so, like I said, I don't know that I could imagine spending as much time as those folks did aboard USS Little Rock and other cruisers. So,
and another really interesting thing about the Cleveland class is that 9 of them were converted to light Independence class carriers during the war because of the carrier panic in 1941 when much of our fleet was destroyed at Pearl Harbor and we were running out of the carriers that were away were getting attrited. So 9 of these Cleveland class cruisers were converted to light carriers. That's how big they were.
How long did that process take to convert from to light carriers from that?
It was about a year to take it in and put on a flight deck and get it ship shape.
That's funny. Yeah. That's it's incredible to think that a lot of this retrofitting will happens very, very quickly, especially after Pearl Harbor. We had the really unique opportunity to chat with a gentleman by the name of Captain Captain Bob Batterson, who served in the Navy for many years, flew F-6F Hellcats, and we'll hear from him a little bit later in today's show. But he was telling us about his experience, and he was on the ground at Pearl Harbor. And so it's just incredible to think what these folks went through, and how that reaction and what we as a nation and the American people did to convert and react to that. So what I'd love to do next is actually hear from one of our partners along the way. We have a wonderful relationship with Wounded Warrior Project and Verizon, and so we have a video that we're going to play here now from Wounded Warrior Project. So let's go ahead and roll that, Mr. Happenfodder.
Hi, I'm Jason Hill, a Verizon employee and Army veteran. Verizon has made it a mission to give more to those who give the most to our country. And today we're here to talk about how gaming has the power to give more than just fun to our veterans. All right, Dave, tell us about your military service.
Jason, thanks for asking, man. So I served in January of 2003 to September of 2009. Served as an imaging intelligence analyst. What'd you do in the military?
U.S. Army for 5 years, 19 kilo. I was a tanker on the Abrams.
Ooh, nice.
So what kind of challenges were you faced with when you left the military?
So leaving the military, unbeknownst to a lot of veterans that leave, they don't fully understand what they're leaving. You lose that community. You lose that person that you can call and say, hey, I got a question for you. Hey, can you help me with this? For me, I lost all that stuff, and I didn't realize it until I started regaining my community back through gaming, which, having this virtual environment, having this community that's been built by Wounded Warrior Project, is amazing. It's a VFW community hall for our generation, right? A lot of our generation don't necessarily have the time to go to VFW to connect with other veterans. Most of us work 8 to 10 hours a day, and we just don't have time, right? So the gaming community helps me with my work-life balance and fun.
So what advice would you give other veterans that maybe want to dip their toe in this and try and check it out?
The first thing I want to say to all veterans is that, look, it's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay not to reach out and say you're not okay. There's something called Discord out there. And actually, Wounded Warrior Project stood up a Discord server, I believe back in January of this year. That Discord server is manned from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. by Wounded Warrior Project. There's always somebody there. They have all of their resources available to you. And we're out there with open arms. We're out there to help people. You have a challenge that you're going through. I guarantee you that there's going to be somebody else who's gone through that, who's got themselves out of that hole, and let them carry you. The only people that know your actual name is the teammates themselves. That's it.
For me personally, social media and the gaming environments have given me that platform in which I could actually reconnect with these people that meant so much to me. And so the importance of finding other veterans and being able to connect with them and have those conversations is invaluable.
I know for me, those 3 or 4 years when I got out of the military, it was by far the hardest that's ever been. I was actually begging to go back in the military, to go back to deployment, because deployment was easy.
Tying that back into the gaming community now, suddenly you've got an identity again, right? Like I'm ex-tanker 98. It's just you finally found somebody that speaks your language. And I think that's probably a big part of being part of that gaming community and feeling connected.
And that's the biggest thing is I use this as talk therapy. And I think a lot of Wounded Warrior Project alumni that I've helped get on streaming, I tell them that.
That's another thing about the military, right? Take a knee and drink water. You sprain an ankle, take a knee and drink water. Or you're feeling sad today, take a knee and drink water. Nobody has time for it there. So you learn how to bury that stuff. You learn how to suppress that stuff. And then you get back out into the real world and it's like, wow, there are resources if you look for them. There are people there that are willing to help you if you look for them. And I see that as an awesome opportunity for the gaming community to come together and help people rekindle those types of emotions and find them and talk about it.
Yeah, most definitely, man. And thanks for sharing that with me. And I appreciate you. One of the things when you're deployed, or even when you go from military base to military base, there's always a morale, recreation, and welfare area, right? And there are always games there.
We actually had a PlayStation in our Quonset hut, right? So the tent itself, we took a couple of car seats out of vehicles that we found abandoned on the side of the road. And so we had 2 front seats of a vehicle in front of a wood box that had a tube television and an old school PlayStation.
Nice, man.
All right, Dave, I'm somebody that's sitting at home. I watched this interview and I want to get involved. Where are you going to direct me to get started?
So there's a bunch of places you can go. The first thing is that the Wounded War Project Discord server, especially if you're a disabled veteran or a veteran about to get out of the military, definitely join that. It's abundance of resources. It's manned from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The next thing too is if you guys want to start streaming, just hop on and start doing it. If you guys Google Wounded War Project Play, it'll take you straight to the homepage to get you set up for the Discord as well as the program that's going on.
Dave, man, it's awesome. It was great meeting you today. I really appreciate everything you're doing, and keep moving forward.
Jason, thanks for having me, man. I don't think I've actually met a tanker, so I'm gonna check that off my bucket list, man.
And for veterans and viewers at home who want to know how you can tap into veteran gaming resources or get involved in supporting the cause, stay tuned. We'll be talking more with experts from both World of Warships and the Wounded Warrior Project to give you all the tips and resources you'll need. You can also donate to Wounded Warrior during the Parade of Ships, and Verizon will...
So a lot of incredible information. Wounded Warriors been around for as long as I can remember, and some of the things that they've said in that video actually made me think back to my time in the service. And Jeff, we've been talking about what these guys that served on these ships went through while they're deployed, and they didn't have a lot of mainstream entertainment like we see today. When I was on the ship, they would bring in movies, and we'd watch movies in the hangar bay. I remember watching one of the Star Wars movies while sitting on the wing of an F-18 in the hangar bay, just as something to do. We'd have basketball hoops, but they had mentioned having their PlayStations. I was fortunate enough to, as a aircrew survival equipment man in the Navy, I was fortunate enough to be able to bring my 42-inch television and mount it in the work center, so we were able to play Xbox and watch some movies inside of our work center. But a lot of these older ships, they barely had radios on deployment, and so during these out to sea times, what did sailors do from your knowledge to keep themselves busy while they weren't on duty or on watch?
That's a good question. I mean, times were different. No cell phones, no phone coverage, no Wi-Fi. So they're reading a lot of pulp fiction, paperbacks, comic books, magazines, newspapers, old newspapers, well out of date. Just talking. Just kibitzing
card
and
games.
Exchanging scuttlebutt around the scuttlebutt. And so there was a lot of good fellowship that's kind of disappearing nowadays as people get into their silos of information from handheld devices. So a much more social crowd. That's what I remember most about the Greatest Generation or GI generation, was just how convivial they all were because of their this kind of forced companionship during the long Second World War, when these guys were in for the duration, and they were subjected to pretty close quarters for the whole time, and learned how to socialize and play well with others.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because if you think about it, I think one of the big differences between some of the branches of the military, for the Army or the Marine Corps, for example, when they're on the ground and they're in it fighting and going, the guy at their back is the guy at their back, and that's who they defend or they depend on. On the ships, you're working very, very closely with these folks, but at the end of the day, you go back to your berthing and you get on your phone or you get on your laptop nowadays. And so a lot of that camaraderie exists, but I don't think it exists in the same way, especially on carriers, right? There's 5,000 people with the air wing on board. And so you have your social circles and those things. But, in the 40s, they didn't have that. They had card games and scuttlebutt around the scuttlebutt. And a lot of the things that are tradition still matter today, but I think the way that I experienced it as a sailor doesn't carry the same weight as somebody who served during World War II. Religion was very heavy, carried a lot of people through the war, and so when they do taps and tattoo, it weighed a lot on people, and that was their moment of solace. Where 5 minutes from then, something could happen, and they don't know what's going to happen, and so. I think a lot has changed, but a lot of tradition still stays. All of the berthings on my ship had these really weird metal tables that had checkerboards patterns, cooked into the top of it, so you'd see people sitting there playing checkers or cards or something. So we're hearing from a lot of service members throughout today, and that was one of our partnerships with the Verizon and Wounded Warrior project. So it was awesome to hear from them. We've talked about our very own Hapa Fodder before, and you all know that he served in the U.S. Navy as a chief for over 20 years. He joined us coming up on a year now. December, I believe December 9th will be his 1 year here with Wargaming. So let's hear from Chief Hapa Fodder.
Fodder, one of the North America community managers for World of Warships and a retired Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy. I spent over 20 years in the United States Navy across 5 different vessels, 10 deployments, and an entire year in Iraq. When I retired in August of 2018, I was pushed by several of my friends to apply to be the community manager for the North America team for World of Warships, as I had run multiple communities throughout my time for the past decade. Being a Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy gave me a set of skills that allowed me to have a better understanding of how to communicate information up and down the chain of command, which is essentially what the community manager does right now. I take the feedback from the community, I compile it all together, and I send it up to our development team and our management, and then I take news releases and informational releases from the management and development team, and I release that information out to you, the players, our community. One of my things that I look forward to the most, and the thing that excites me the most, is being able to talk to the community on a regular basis. People are my passion. Though I did love World of Warships starting a long time ago in alpha testing, I've grown to enjoy the community more than the game itself. It allows me to be able to engage with the community and understand that a very large portion of our community is veterans, either retired, currently active duty, or prior service. Whether that's an airman, a Marine, sailor, soldier, Coast Guard, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's from the United States Armed Forces or any of the other active duty or reserve forces throughout the globe. We all share a commonality of the fact that we all served at some point. Oftentimes, a lot of the drive that you have to play a certain ship might have been because you had a relative or someone you knew that served on that vessel, and that's a connection that we all can grow to love and understand. My favorite ship right now is the USS Benham, and it's quickly being eclipsed by the USS Summers, but I'll always be a destroyer main, as that's what my first ship in the United States Navy was a destroyer.
We definitely appreciate having Hapa Fodder on the team. He joined a month after I started here, and it's been nothing but Hapa rigged since. One of the things that I have to laugh at is his little note to his mom there, which is really, you want to say hi to your mom, Hapa?
Hi, Mom. I know my family's all watching because I'm internet famous now.
He's internet famous for 15 minutes. So we definitely appreciate having Hapa on the team. If you guys watch our weekly live streams on Friday, you'll see Hapa's face every Friday. He's a big fan of Team Ocean Map, so he fights for Team Ocean Map. So a couple other things I want to talk about here is we're at $2,134 for this Wounded Warrior Project fundraiser. Again, we have a goal of $22,000 today, so let's see if we can keep those donations coming in. That means we've given away 2 massive mouse pads, 2.5. It seemed that we had some really bad RNG there in the beginning, and Wounded Warrior Project ended up winning their first giveaway. So I think we redrew that, but let's go ahead and drop some links in chat for the Wounded Warrior Project donation. And for those of us who are tuning in on Twitch, we also have a really cool Twitch giveaway, or Twitch drops enabled. So we're going to be giving away for watching for, I almost said for 5 minutes, tuning in for 45 minutes. We've already confirmed it. You will be getting some really cool in-game swag. You're going to be getting 5. Oh, wow. I just completely drew a blank. What are the 5 camos that we're giving out, Hapa?
It should be the Commander's Day camouflage.
Yes, I think that's correct. Let me look it up. there's not a lot going on today. There's, we're not focusing on a lot of things. So let me see. Yeah, it's the This Is Your Day camos. So you'll get 5 This Is Your Day camos for watching for 45 minutes. So make sure you've linked your Twitch account with your World of Warships account. So let's see here. All right, so let's talk now, Jeff, about veterans. And when you as an instructor at UNT, do you have a lot of veterans that come through your classes?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, pretty much a steady stream in the undergrad surveys, some of the grad classes, and then we have a collaborative program with West Point and with the Air Force Academy where we get officers who come and get a PhD with us, and then they go back and teach at the Air Force Academy and at West Point.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know there. I had a lot of friends who went to West Point as well as VMI. So what brought you to UNT as an instructor?
Well, I just it had a really interesting position there, directing the Military History Center, and military history was in retreat nearly everywhere in the country, and UNT was a place that wanted to make it a pillar of the department, an area in which they could build capability and stand out vis-a-vis other departments, and that's what we've been trying to do. We've had some really good hires, and we have a really excellent program.
Outstanding. And so as the director of military history, as the director of the Military History Center at UNT, what does that role entail?
Well, we run a couple of kind of bookend events, one in the fall called the Hurley Military History Seminar, which is pretty well funded. So we get in good speakers, and we have a big audience, a couple of hundred people in the fall, and they hear 2 talks on a theme, which generally we tie it to some anniversary, like the anniversary of D-Day or the end of World War II or the end of World War I, or to kind of gin up interest. And then we have a big event in the spring called the War Studies Symposium. Throughout the year, we have speakers come in and talk about various issues, military histories, strategic studies, military thought, and we have a PhD program. As I said, we have these programs with West Point and the Air Force Academy where we get these guys PhDs, and so they can teach at their institutions. And we're pretty much active in not only in American and European military history, but also in Asia as well. We've got coverage in all of these areas, and so we pride ourselves on being one of the most serious military history programs in the country.
And how long have you been at UNT?
Been there. This is my 15th year.
So you're just getting started, really, just kind of fresh out of the. So, but you do a lot more than just writing or just instructing and directing and being a military history. You also have you worked at History Channel as a show host for a few years.
Yep, I hosted several shows on History Channel from 2000 till 2009, including Hardcover History, which was the great show. It was a book show where we'd interview a historian or a public figure about a new work of nonfiction every Sunday morning. I anchored History's Business, where we interview a CEO about, we'd sort of place that industry in its historical context, and then kind of talk about their operations and how it compared with the history of this company in the past and its peers. History versus Hollywood was a great show where we'd look at big new blockbuster movies like Pearl Harbor or Kingdom of Heaven, and we'd say was it history or Hollywood? And 3 or 4 other shows in addition to that.
That's awesome. What would you say was your favorite show to host? I mean, as you were talking, I immediately was like, that history or Hollywood would be an awesome show to host. But from a historian perspective,
I mean, I like them. They all were really interesting. The History versus Hollywood was great because we got to see a pre-screening of the film, and then we got to go to a lot of that. We shot, like when we did The Great Ray, we went to the Philippines, and we sort of we went to Corregidor, and then we did the Bataan Death March, and then
oh wow,
as part of the show, and But then, history's business was cool. You sat down with people like Jack Welch and talked about the history of General Electric and how he changed the company so radically. And then of course, the book show was fantastic because you had guys like David McCullough every week, Paul Theroux, and you just got to sit down and do a deep dive into their books.
It's funny. It's ironic you bring up Jack Welch. He passed away earlier this year, and he was a huge part of General Electric, and a lot of naval aircraft, naval vessels use General Electric motors. So it's interesting to see that connection. When did you speak with Jack?
It was I don't remember what year it was. He had just done a big book, and it was after that book. I can't remember because I was there for I was hosting that show from like 2001 till 2009. So
awesome. Well, we have a ton more questions lined up for you, Jeff, but I definitely want to get into some more of the meat of the show. Real quick before we do, the next up, we're going to talk about my favorite class of ships, battleships, outside of CVs, but I'm served on carriers, so we're going to talk about battleships. We have some really cool battleships that we visited during our stops with Anchors Away, which unfortunately we haven't been able to do this year because of COVID. But we have a really great ships parade coming up of battleships. Let's go ahead and roll into that.
Battleships, with their indestructible armor and huge, powerful guns, were considered to be the main force at sea and were quite instrumental in international politics in the first half of the 20th century. During World War I, and in the period of several years prior to it, the USA built 12 so-called standard battleships with such primary characteristics as strong armor, powerful guns with a caliber of between 356 and 406 millimeters, depending on their type, oil boiler heating, and a maximum speed of 21 knots. The Washington Naval Treaty limited the development of battleships for almost 15 years, and these agreements were reconsidered only in the middle of the 1930s. At this point, the leading naval superpowers started to design and build a new generation of battleships. Their designs made the standard US battleships seem obsolete, but their combat potential was still considerable.
North Carolina was the first US battleship of a new generation. The Battleships project was designed within the framework of the London Naval Treaty of 1930, which limited the displacement of battleships to 35,000 tons. The ship met the primary requirements of the Navy. She could travel at speeds of up to 30 knots, withstand hits of 356mm shells, and originally had the same gun caliber. However, after Japan had refused to sign a new treaty in 1936, it was decided to arm the ship with 406mm guns. Her armor was left unchanged. Before North Carolina was laid down in October 1937, the design process for the South Dakota-class battleships, with Massachusetts being one of them, had started. The designers removed the main shortcoming of previous ships, an unbalanced ratio between the armor and main battery. However, they preserved standard displacement within the limits between 35,000 and 38,000 tons and maintained a speed of at least 27 knots. To improve the armor while staying within the displacement limits, the ship's length was shortened, thus reducing the length of the armored citadel and making it thicker. Combined with a sloped armored belt, the battleship was protected against 406mm shells. The Iowa-class battleships are considered to be the pinnacle of US shipbuilding in the 1940s. Thanks to the shape of the hull, with a long bow end and enhanced propulsion, the battleships had a displacement of more than 57,000 tons and could reach speeds of up to 33 knots. The 9 new 406mm Mark 7 guns were extremely powerful and among the best in their class. 4 Iowa-class battleships were built between 1940 to 1944, and they took part in military actions in the Pacific Ocean from January 1944. At 9:30 a.m. on September the 2nd, 1945, World War II ended when Japan signed their capitulation on board Battleship Missouri.
Battleships, with their indestructible armor and huge, powerful guns.
Battleships, they're big, they're awesome, and they there's a lot of back and forth on who can have the bigger guns. The USS Iowa in LA was actually the first ship that I was able to visit once I joined Wargaming for our first Anchors Away stop, and so she's a beast with her. She has what, 18-inch guns, or she has 16-inch guns, and so it's a bad boy. What can you tell us, Jeff, about USS Iowa and her history?
Well, it was the last class of battleships ever built by the United States. The Iowa carried Franklin Delano Roosevelt to meetings in Tehran. Took him to North Africa for a meeting in Cairo. Then he went onward to Tehran. That was a pretty amazing voyage in 1943, because on the Iowa at the time was, Franklin Roosevelt, the Secretary of State, the White House Chief of Staff, the CNO of the Navy, the commander of the Army Air Corps, the Chief of Staff of the Army. They were all on that ship, so it was like the perfect target if a German submarine had ever gotten within range.
They also had Vicky on board, right?
What's that?
Vicky, the dog. That
was Vicky? Yeah. You mean was that FDR's dog?
No, it was the skipper's dog that his wife said, "Hey, you're not bringing that dog into my house," and so he took it to the ship. And FDR came aboard and spent 15 days in his cabin, spending time with the dog. So it's FDR had a more famous dog with a different name, which I'm blanking on right now. But it was the only of the Iowa class battleships that was also involved in the Atlantic Ocean. All the other ones were involved in the Pacific, but it was sent up to Newfoundland right after it launched, looking for the Tirpitz, which they worried might descend on the United States or something. And then eventually it goes out to the Pacific, and it's involved bombarding the Marshall Islands and other campaigns out there. But just an absolutely, just the lines, the size, the scale. The last naval treaty between the powers in 1936 included an escalation clause so you could make your ships even bigger. And this was kind of the culmination of that tendency. This was just a huge ship with huge guns, huge armor protection, and fitting that it's the last of the American-built battleships. It's it's funny that you talk about size. There were all these treaties in place to protect the size of guns and make sure that nobody was going but the Iowa came in with 16-inch guns that could fire up to 25 miles, I think it was. Mm-hmm. And then the Yamato came out and they were like, you know what, here's our 18-inch guns. It was the Tirpitz. I think the Tirpitz had 15-inch guns, and the Tirpitz on the first mission. So the Iowa's first mission was to, as you mentioned, go out to the Atlantic and hunt down the Tirpitz and but they never ended up seeing each other at all, did they?
No.
So there was never.
And there was, the duel between battleship admirals and aviation admirals was intensifying because, even as they laid down these ships, there were growing doubts about their ultimate utility because of the growth of carrier aviation or even the vulnerability of battleships to shore-based aviation. And again, that's why you see them all retrofitted with lots of anti-aircraft guns, these battleships, because that wasn't viewed as a threat when they were designed. And then after Pearl Harbor, it's quite clear that they are a prime target for enemy air power.
Their deck plating was what, 5 or 6 inches at the most on the surface of the ship, and then they had really thick plating around the turrets and everything. In fact, Iowa suffered a pretty heavy tragedy in 1989, where when
the turret exploded and 47 sailors were killed.
Yeah, that was the biggest tragedy that they suffered. In fact, on board Iowa, they have a plaque in memorial of those 47 sailors lost on turret 2. It was it's incredible to think, and I'm not sure what ended up causing that, but that's just a frightening thing to think. And it's also interesting that the Iowa was so accurate that when they did the retrofit in 1984, they didn't even update the guidance on the guns because it was so accurate. It could hit ridiculously close, despite modernization of weapons. So, what would you say was a contributing factor to the Iowa's ability to be such a powerhouse on deployment and just be the kind of the front force of the fleet?
Well, it was fast, and it had, as you said, very heavy armament. The 9 16-inch guns, and then a powerful secondary armament as well. And then, these battleships of the South Dakota class, and then this Iowa class, they had a pretty sophisticated fire control system for the time. I mean, it was analog, but you were getting in all kinds of information, and then crunching it on board, and then basically choosing targets using that information. So the gunnery was fantastic for its time. And so taken all together, the given the amount of fire that this ship could produce and the accuracy of that fire, it was an utterly fearsome platform.
And 128, you'd mentioned the number of AA turrets, 128 AA turrets strewn around the deck. Just it's incredible to think about how much manning would go into that, and just how much they could put into the air if something were coming at it.
Yeah, and then the main armament, the 16-inch guns. I mean, you're basically firing, a 2,700-pound shell out 27 miles.
Was it 27 miles? Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
And I think I'm glad that you bring that up, as well as they and we'll hear from some service members who served aboard USS Iowa, but they learned really quickly that they couldn't fire all 9 turrets in succession, or at once rather. They had to add a short delay, otherwise it would list the ship too much, and it would cause inaccuracies in the shells. So it's very interesting. Now, before we go into the USS Iowa interviews, I'd love to get your opinion on one, or on rather two things. Who would win if the Tirpitz and Iowa met? Who would come out victorious?
Well, they're both formidable platforms, and remember, the Germans would oftentimes sacrifice other capabilities for armor, because they were planning to be involved in short range campaigns around the North Sea and the Baltic, and they'd have to stand up against the pride of the Royal Navy. So they were very well protected, and it's hard to say. All these things came down. Think about the Battle of Jutland in 1916. I mean, it all comes down to, like, what's the weather like? What's the visibility like? Do you run into a floating mine, or do you run into the path of an enemy submarine, or a destroyer with a rack of torpedoes? So it's a lot of it was just dumb luck as well.
And then the Yamato came out, and it was probably the most fearsome Eastern battleship. Who do you think would come out on top between the Yamato and the Iowa?
Well, of course, the Iowa is designed in part to deal with the Yamato class and the Tirpitz class, but of course the Yamatos are the biggest battleships ever built in the history of the world. So that's a tough one. But again, it's not to say that the Iowa is more than equipped to defeat the Yamato, but it would just come down to maneuvering and accuracy of fire, and which one penetrates the deck and gets into the engine and ammunition storage faster than the other one.
Right. I was watching a couple of videos on Iowa, and the Yamato, it was fast. It was slower, had 18-inch guns, but it sacrificed, as you mentioned, it sacrificed some things. So the theory is that if they had met in fair weather, the Yamato would come out on top. But if there was fog, if there was overcast, if there was rain, the Iowa would absolutely plow through Yamato. So it's interesting to see and speculate on those things. And within World of Warships, our players get to face off, battleship versus battleship. So it's always conditional. So I want to jump into USS Iowa veteran videos here, but I've gotten this question 5 or 6 times, and you had mentioned historical or history versus movie, what would you say is the most realistic Hollywood war movie to date?
Well, you know, I mean, much has been made of Saving Private Ryan, those opening scenes when they're hitting the beach, and the sheer terror of it and how brilliantly it's conveyed. It's probably as close to an amphibious landing as you could come without actually being there. There's a great German film called Stalingrad, which came out in around 1990, which, you know, conveys the horrors of Stalingrad pretty beautifully. You know, so I'd say Saving Private Ryan still sort of sets a standard for veracity that's hard to compete with.
And that was it was a Tom Hanks movie, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so Tom Hanks also did Band of Brothers. That's right. Yeah, it was Tom Hanks played in Saving Private Ryan, but then Tom Hanks went on to do Band of Brothers. Do you think Band of Brothers, that TV series, also portrayed the war accurately?
Oh yeah, but without the cinematic effects of a big Hollywood blockbuster like Saving Private Ryan. But on a smaller scale, you know, definitely, and it's particularly good at showing the. You know, we talked earlier about how, you know, what did these guys do on board, and it's interesting. A lot of the comments, people were saying, "Don't forget dominoes and checkers and card games."
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I thought Band of Brothers was great at it showed the small unit dynamics there, of how these platoons of often mismatched human beings kind of bonded during the rigors of the campaign and kind of came together and accepted each other.
Yeah, and that's, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned this, and I do want to carry on, but the rigors of all of this, the stress that goes into this, we had heard earlier from our Wounded Warrior Project friends and partners in this, and they talked about, you know, the mental health and the well-being of sailors, and in these situations where it's like, take a knee and drink some water and get over it, but that only takes you so far. And you know, these playing dominoes, for example, or playing spades, or playing checkers, those are the things that really kind of help people keep going. The letters from home, you know, and I know being on deployment and waiting for that mail call was always one of those things that's just very it connects you back to home. And I think especially during the war, mail calls were very few and far between, so getting a letter from home took quite a while. And so having that camaraderie and that time to win in dominoes or gamble or whatever it may be that they did, you know, below decks is awesome. And so with that said, I'd love to move over. We have some fantastic interviews from our partners at USS Iowa. We hear a couple of different interviews from a couple of different people, including a gentleman who was aboard USS Iowa as they pulled into Tokyo Bay for the signing of the surrender. So let's go ahead and roll that for us, Mr. Hapa.
A buddy of mine came down. He says they was taking volunteers for the Battleship Washington, and the two of us signed up, volunteered for the Battleship Washington, and we wound up in the Marshall Islands. And he went aboard the Washington, and I went aboard the Iowa. That was in March of 1944, right after the ship got out here. As near as I can tell you, I wanted to be a part of the action because I had very good duty there on the sub base. My buddy and I just decided, well, we'd like to get out and get into the action. Well, we did. General MacArthur ordered Japan to send out 9 of their top dignitaries out to sea, get on a destroyer to escort us in through Sagami-Wan into Tokyo Bay. He wasn't going to take no chances. We was also in general quarters because going through Sagami-Wan to go into Tokyo Bay, MacArthur had ordered a white flag, as near as I can remember, a white flag flying from all of the gun emplacements on the hills on the side of Sagami-Wan. And they said, boy, they look like a sheet up there. And this destroyer came out and got aboard. I can't remember the name of the destroyer. And they got aboard and they led us in. The Missouri went in right behind the destroyer, and then we followed the Missouri in. And when we anchored in Tokyo Bay, yeah, we was a little ways from, but we was able to watch the signing of the peace treaty. We felt that it should have been signed on the Iowa, but it wasn't. And We were just glad to see it signed, and we were there when it was signed and was real happy about it.
Now, it was easy enough for the rest of the people to get into the captain's gig and climb down, but Roosevelt was in a wheelchair. And the boatswain chief boatswain mate was making a chair to attach to a rope to lift the president up and over, but the chair didn't arrive in time, and Roosevelt knew that the captain's gig was being beat up by the currents against the side of the ship. So he reached up and grabbed the rope and said, "Hoist away." And they said, "Well, Mr. President, we ordered a boatswain's chair to come up to take you off." And he said, "I said, hoist away." And he reached up, grabbed that rope, and with himself, pulled himself up in midair. And they hoisted him over that way, and he got down that way, and then just then the boatswain's chair arrived. It was too late. I commissioned the Iowa, and was along with the training of the crew before she was actually finished. And then we came down to New York, and we boarded her and took her out on her commission, and that's where I learned that's when we fired the guns on the Iowa and learned that we couldn't fire them all at one time because this ship shook like a destroyer did. When we fired them all, the captain ordered the guns, the main turrets, 15 degrees off the starboard bow and 15 inches up, degrees up, all three, and they ordered them all to fire at the same time. And they did, and I was in the anti-aircraft battery, and I was standing in sky control, and I had a raincoat on, and the concussion of that broke a button off my raincoat. And that's when we learned that they had to do something, and they fixed the main battery to where I think it's 0.6 of a second fire all the individual guns. And now you can't fire them all at one time. They all got about 0.6 of a second difference.
I was aboard when President Roosevelt was aboard. He had Harry Hopkins with him, his right-hand man. He had General George Marshall, head of the Army. He had General Hap Arnold, head of the Air Force. And he had Admirals King and Admiral Leahy, head of the Navy.
You remember seeing the president when he came on board?
Yes, I was on the deck division, 7th Deck Division, when we took him aboard. I was as close to him as I am to the camera. And they brought him aboard in a boatswain's chair. And there's a chief petty officer waiting with a wheelchair to put the president in the chair. The president could not walk. And anytime you saw him, he was held up by something because he couldn't stand alone. And we're the only ship in the Navy that had a bathtub. And we had the bathtub because President Roosevelt had to take a bath. And they still have that bathtub aboard the ship. We were taking them to Mirs El Kabir, which is part of Algiers. And before we were in the Caribbean Sea, and the Willie D. Porter was a brand new destroyer with new men and new officers aboard. And we wanted to exercise at general quarters for Franklin D. Roosevelt and all of the admirals and generals that he had aboard. The Willie D. Porter, they wanted to exercise at general quarters too, and they had their torpedo trained on the Iowa. And someone accidentally tripped the torpedo. And when that happened, they yelled, "Lion." That was a code name for the Iowa. "Lion, lion, lion. Torpedo to starboard. This is no drill." And with that, the Iowa went into a hard right turn, and the guns, I was a brand new ensign on the main deck, and right above me were 20 millimeters and 40 millimeters and 5-inch guns, and they all started firing at that torpedo. And that was right over my head. I thought, I'm too young to die. And with that, after that happened, The Willie D. Porter was the only ship in the Navy that ever had the entire crew court-martialed. They had to go to Bermuda, and they had a trial, and they deemed that it was an accident, that torpedo was tripped. And with that, the Willie D. Porter went to serve in the North Sea, and it served up there for several months, and then it went to the South Pacific, and the Willie D. Porter was struck by kamikaze and sunk. We bombarded Saipan, Guam, and Tinian. And at the time, the natives on the island, they had been told by the Japanese that the Americans were very ruthless, and it scared them. What they did, they got up on the edge of a large cliff, and the first ones to jump were the children, and then the women, and then the men. And we had anchored off of Saipan or Tinian. We got up the next morning, and there were these bodies floating up against the ship. They took the hose and they washed the bodies away from the ship.
Massachusetts was one of the last of the treaty battleship series. She's of the South Dakota class, and these were fairly balanced ships in terms of armament, armor, and speed performance, which could be created within the treaty limits.
Specifications. Length, 207.5 meters. Beam, 33 meters. Draft, almost 9 meters. Total displacement, 45,216 tons. The main power plant was arranged in echelons across 4 compartments, each having 2 Babcock and Wilcox boilers and a set of General Electric geared turbines. Power, 135,000 HP. Armor, main armor belt, 310 millimeters. Main armor deck, from 146 to 154 millimeters. The armor on the turrets was 184 to 457 millimeters thick. Conning tower, from 102 to 406 millimeters. Armament. The primary armament consisted of 9 Mark VI guns placed in 3 triple turrets. Caliber, 406 millimeters. Dual-purpose artillery, 10 coaxial Mark 12 guns, caliber 127 millimeters. Small caliber anti-aircraft artillery, 6 quadruple Bofors guns, caliber 40 millimeters. 35 single Oerlikon autocannons, caliber 20 millimeters. Air group, 3 Vought OS-2U Kingfisher aircraft. Cruising range, 15,000 miles at 15 knots. During her service in the war, the battleship covered 225,000 miles, fought 35 battles, sank 5 enemy ships, and shot down 18 airplanes. In 1965, the citizens of the state raised $50,000, which gave this World War II veteran a second life as a museum ship. Main specifications of Battleship North Carolina. Length, 222 meters. Beam, almost 32 meters. Draft, more than 9.5 meters. Total displacement, 44,800 tons. Main power plant, 4 compartments with 2 Babcock and Wilcox boilers each, and a set of General Electric steam turbines. Armor, main armor belt, up to 305 millimeters. The main armored deck, 140 millimeters. Turrets were protected with armor from 178 millimeters to 406 millimeters thick. Conning tower from 178 to 406 millimeters. Armament. Primary armament. 9 Mark 6 guns with a caliber of 406 millimeter, installed in 3 triple turrets.
This whole ship was designed to be a stable firing platform for these guns. These guns could fire every 30 seconds. So imagine 9 shells, each weighing 2,700 pounds.
Purpose artillery. 10 coaxial Mark 12 mounts, caliber 127 millimeter, 10 times 2.
And they could fire against surface targets, that is shore bombardment, enemy ships, and the most important role they had for the North Carolina was in the anti-aircraft role. Battleship North Carolina was credited with shooting down 24 airplanes. Those are, of course, only the confirmed kills.
Anti-aircraft artillery. 4 quadruple mounts, caliber 28 millimeter, 12 machine guns, caliber 12.7 millimeter.
North Carolina, in her history, never got a chance to go up against an enemy battleship. But she did fire almost 2,500 rounds against shore targets as part of an amphibious assault.
So incredible amount of history to be learned from these veterans that served aboard USS Iowa. I had the good fortune of meeting a few of them last year. USS Iowa is just an incredible ship. Seen a lot, done a lot. Came back, was like, you know what? I haven't had enough of the Navy. I'm gonna modernize, and I'm gonna come back to the fleet and get modernized with Sea Whiz and just go out there and do it again. And now she's been a museum ship for the past 20 years, 19 years, I believe. It was 58 years after setting sail. So the moment that Iowa hit the water, 58 years of service it's just an incredible thing to see. So we have an awesome relationship with the folks over at USS Iowa. Have you had the opportunity, Jeff, to visit USS Iowa?
I have not been on the USS Iowa. I've been on the USS Massachusetts in Fall River, Mass.
I've never been there, but I imagine that having been on a battleship that's been modernized versus a ship like USS Mass or USS Texas that still had the hammocks, is kind of a different experience. What would you say made the battleship the fighting force that it was?
Well, I mean, the battleship was, there's a couple of issues with the battleship. the reason why we don't have them anymore, besides the fact they're vulnerable to, air threats and guided missile threats, is because they're just too expensive to operate because they require enormous crews. I mean, we're talking about a crew of 2,500 sailors on one of these things. And when you think about the Pentagon today, personnel costs are far and away the biggest cost. So that's why there's this search for, smaller ships. I mean, the U.S. Navy's like, and the Russians, we're the last two that even have cruisers, and pretty soon we're not even gonna have cruisers, where everybody's gonna be sailing around in destroyers and frigates because they have smaller crews and because they can pack a punch with missile technology.
Right, like the USS Zumwalt. I'm sorry, the USS Zumwalt, for example, has a crew capacity of 175. So it's a quarter of it. And I know they were talking about doing hot swaps with ships where the ship would stay deployed and they would fly out a new crew, and that crew would take over the ship and man the ship and then fly the other crew back. And so it is incredible to see just the number of people who have to make these ships work. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah. But at the, in World War II, this was kind of like the summit of battleship construction and and belief in battleships as being the kind of ultimate arbiter of naval warfare. And there was this, they were such a status symbol. I mean, this is why every great power wanted them, and why they all competed to build bigger and better and more potent versions of the battleship, because they were not only naval weapons, they were also kind of a standard bearer for whatever country you're talking about, whether it's Japan, Germany, the United States, Great Britain. They would arrive on a port call, and everybody was sort of ooh and ah over the size and majesty of the platform. So that's why, even as the counter battleship technologies, like the aircraft, like the submarine, like floating mines, while all these strengthened and made the battleship's future a lot cloudier, there was still an incredible push to have them in navies and also in governments, because they did provide such an image of greatness.
Yeah, and that was it was kind of intimidation by appearance, right? They're very thick, they're just massive, right? And so seeing one sailing through the harbor has got to just be like seeing that big football player come down like that NFL player coming through the hallway when you're walking down the hall. So it's definitely incredible to see. And we've talked a lot about servicemen, we've talked a lot about our veterans, we've talked a lot about warships, and we also have a group of community members within the warships community called our community contributors, and many of them served in the U.S. Navy and served in different branches of the military. And we're going to hear now from one of our community contributors, a gentleman by the name of I'm sorry, I think I'm skipping ahead. I'm jumping ahead. You're absolutely right. So we also have a bunch of relationships. So let's just ignore everything I just said. We'll say that again in a minute. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a great relationship with USS Iowa, and so we're going to hear just a few more words from USS Iowa, and then we're going to hear from our community contributor, Pop's Place. So let's go ahead and roll that.
A quick update of where we stand and where we're going over the next 5 years or so. We're right in the middle of the COVID crisis here in the city of Los Angeles. Of course, in the city, and what we do as a tourist attraction and a museum has been affected tremendously by this crisis, and we've seen our museum attendance numbers drop by almost 90% at times. We're seeing some small rebound, but we continue to be affected by that. But luckily, we are changing our business. We are blessed to have an amazing crew of both staff and volunteers, and we're going virtual. We're going virtual with a virtual tour that will be very engaging. That should be released in November here, and hopefully at the time of your event. We're also going to do more virtual engagements, things like meeting with experts in different areas and professionals, and do some excellent things. I'm most excited about seeing what we do with Vicky the dog. If you know about Vicky the dog, Vicky was our mascot in the 1940s, and we are going to bring Vicky alive virtually for everybody across the world to experience Vicky. This is the first steps in a major transition for us. Many of you know that we've been designated as the National Museum of the Surface Navy, the largest community in the United States Navy, representing millions of sailors and thousands of vessels. That designation is going through Congress and Senate right now. We've licensed the name from the Navy, but officially going through a congressional designation on the House and the Senate side as we speak. That's going to be an amazing transition for us. We plan to open the museum in 2025, and of course we will have a virtual portion of that museum as well. It will be an opportunity for every one of you, whether you're in the United States or whether you're across the oceans in Europe or Asia or anywhere else throughout the world, to engage with the National Museum of the Surface Navy and be able to be part of the legacy and story of the Battleship Iowa and the future National Museum of the Surface Navy here. You can do so today by going online and signing up for our free plank owner certificate. Want to be an earlier supporter of it? Go to the surfacenavymuseum.org, sign up for your free certificate as a plank owner, and you will be part of the founding group of members for the National Museum. So in the meantime, enjoy an amazing rest of your 2020, and we truly appreciate your support, and enjoy wargaming.net. Great program, great partner to be involved with. Thank you all.
Veterans Day is so meaningful to me, especially here aboard the Iowa. For 33 years ago, here on the decks of the Iowa is where I started my Navy career. The path from Iowa to Iowa has a lot of twists and turns in it, but I am so privileged and proud to be back here as the Chief Technical Officer for the museum. And I'm really excited to announce our 360-degree virtual tour. With this tour, you'll be able to walk the decks of the Iowa, see all of our tour spaces, see all of our exhibits, and ultimately slip behind the ropes and get a little bit behind the scenes. And there might be a few other Easter eggs in there if you're diligent and you look to find them. Happy Veterans Day, and thank you again to World of Warships and wargaming.net for putting on this fantastic Virtual Fleet Week 2020.
I'm Pops from Pop's Place. I've been asked to tell a little bit about my naval career, and I do want to say that my naval career started when I was about 24 years old, and I joined the Navy. I already had a family, and I had a beautiful wife, still have, and a son at the time when I went to boot camp in 1977. I was in the Navy for about 17 years. I got offered an early retirement package, which I took. And during that time, I spent about, I was on ships, surface ships, 3 different ones. Throughout that time frame. I spent 5 years on the USS William V. Pratt, DDG 44. I spent another 5 years on the USS Leyte Gulf, CG 55. And then I spent 2 years on the USS Nassau, LHA 4. And that one was during Desert Storm. My Navy career got me to see all kinds of parts of the world. I really enjoyed the travel and the sea life that was, it's just fabulous. And I got to see faraway places like Egypt, the pyramids, Israel. I got into Jerusalem, the catacombs in Rome, of course, the Colosseum, St. Peter's, been to crossed the Arctic Circle 3 times. So I'm part of the Blue Nose, Order of the Blue Nose. I've been to England, Turkey, Greece, France, Italy, all over the Mediterranean area during my career, and had a great time doing it. And I'd do it again, given the opportunity. And I appreciate all that time I spent in the service of my country and what I believe in. So that's a little bit about my Navy career. A couple years ago, I actually retired from a civilian career a few years back, and I was messing around with some part-time work and, just trying to make ends meet. And I decided I'd pick up streaming, and actually I found World of Warships, and I I think it was through a Facebook postings, something come up about World of Warships, and I went, wow, that sounds right up my alley. I'm gonna give it a check out and see what that's all about. So I was introduced to World of Warships back in September of 2018. So I've been playing World of Warships now for about 2 years. I've gained a lot of friends. I've gotten a lot of experience with the game, etc., etc. And then, I think it was December of 2018 is when I actually officially started streaming at the urgence of my middle son, who calls me Pops. And he says, Pops, you really need to give this streaming thing a chance. Give it a try. I think you'd be really good at it. So in December of 2018, I fired up a stream and I started my streaming career, if you will. It took me quite a while to get my feet on the ground and whatnot, but eventually I did. I kept at it, and World of Warships picked me up as a community contributor, which was a huge milestone. And I can't tell you the amount of gratitude I have for World of Warships and what they've done to help me during my retirement. But anyway, that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. So if you want to check me out, stop in, see me at Pop's Place. This is Pops signing off. Hi folks, I'm Pops from Pop's Place. I've been asked to tell a little.
Well, I have to tell you guys, Pop's Place. He's an incredible human being. We had a really fun time onboarding him as a North American community contributor. We Madame Sale and I believe Happafodder as well. I believe we rated his channel with about 3,000 people welcoming him aboard the CC program. So yeah, it was a really fun opportunity for us to bring on somebody like Pops to our community and our community contributor program. So be sure to check out Pop's Place. He is pretty awesome. Such a humble guy. So we've talked a lot about USS Iowa. We have another battleship that is just an incredible powerhouse that I've visited once before, and she's currently going through some maintenance, and that is the Battleship Texas, the last of the super dreadnoughts. Have you had a chance, Jeff, to visit the Battleship Texas?
It's down in by the San Jacinto Monument near Houston, Galveston. And
Yep.
you can go. Yes, I have. I've been there, visited. It's fascinating. It's when it was launched in 1912 as one of America's first dreadnought battleships, part of the New York class. It was the most powerful warship in the world. And it still is quite imposing when you see it on the site.
Yeah, it was incredible. We did a team building kind of visit to the ship, and it was just incredible to see the majesty of that ship. And the Battleship Texas suffered some damage from being I believe it occurred from one of the hurricanes that came through, and so the ship was listing quite heavily. And I think they're going to be moving her to dry dock soon to take her out of the water and do some repairs. So we actually had the really unique opportunity to host the last public event on USS Texas last year before they closed down the museum for our Anchors Away stop. So if any of our community out there had the opportunity to go and visit that USS Texas, definitely let us know. So we have a lot of really cool. We have another video coming up for battleships, USS Texas specifically. But first, I'd like to highlight a couple of the activities we have going on right now. We are raising money for the Wounded Warrior projects. Right now, we're $101 shy of a third massive mouse pad. So if you have the means, please support Wounded Warrior Project. They have a lot of wonderful services for veterans. Your donations can go to help provide hours of mental and physical therapy, for these veterans and just support them through their time. What I'd like to do is bring Hap on to read some of the donation messages that we've got over the past few minutes. I'm sorry, over the past hour or so of the stream.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you to everyone that has donated for this. It's an amazing cause, and we really appreciate every single one of you. Those of you that have left comments on your donations, I'm going to read them right now. Hopefully you don't mind. From retired 8404, one of our NACCs, he donated $500, and he said, "We had 1,000 yet in chat." And yes, retired, we are over 1,000 in chat. Let's go. And he started us off with a good donation there. DMAC 1959 with a $20 donation. Thank you for all your service. Himst with a $5 donation. Let's get to 100K. Lompoc, $50 donation. Thank you for your service. I don't know how to say your screen name, but I'm going to butcher it. I'm sorry. Ithiltin, $45 donation. Thank you for your service. Grog's Clan, $20 donation. We challenge all other WoW's clans to match our donation. So you heard it there, folks. There's a gauntlet thrown out. If you're in a clan, pull it together. From Denarmo, another NACC, $20 donation. Glad to be able to help out in some way or another, and we appreciate you, Denarmo. Junior Token, $20 donation. Thank you for your service. Oregon 777, $20 donation. God bless all who serve. Maternal grandfather served on USS Giet, DD 9712 in Korea, and my other grandfather was U.S. Army Infantry, European Theater, World War II. I have so many friends and family that I've served and have the utmost respect for them. I spent a lot of time as a kid at the VFW and loved it. And 2222, $100 donation. Thank you for your service.
Outstanding. Thank you all so much for the support, the continued support. So let's see if we can get to that 22,000 today. I know we have an amazing community out there, so let's keep that going. And so next we'd like to talk more about USS Texas. So let's go ahead and roll that Naval Legends.
In 1906, the British battleship Dreadnought was launched, and naval shipbuilding changed forever. Long-range weapons, new optics, fire control systems, steam turbine, cemented armor, this ship became a sensation in naval circles and an appellative for the battleship class. With its appearance, the great naval arms race began. Which country would build the most powerful warship?
The New York class, which Texas is a part of, were the next evolution down the road. They were super dreadnought. They were dreadnought plus. She was involved at the invasion of North Africa, invasion of southern France. She was at D-Day, June 6, 1944, and ongoing. And then she eventually moved over to the Pacific, where she served both Iwo Jima and Okinawa.
The main event in the USS Texas's career was her participation in opening a second front, the landing of Allied troops in northern France in the summer of 1944. Despite the enormous superiority of the Anglo-American forces at sea and in the air, well-sheltered enemy positions on the ground were keeping Allied troopers landing on the Normandy coast under heavy fire, causing heavy casualties and not allowing them to move forward. Texas was able to come close to the shore and maintain direct fire from all her guns. By that time, Texas's armament was already far behind comparing to the latest battleship's range of fire. But the commander found an original solution to this problem. He flooded part of the torpedo protection rules, tilting the ship and increasing the elevation angle of the guns. This adjustment allowed the USS Texas to strike all of her planned targets. Battleship Texas would fire more than 500 rounds, allowing the Allies were able to gain a foothold on the shore and expand it. Texas is a truly unique ship. It came into commission before the First World War and is the only United States battleship which took part in the Second World on 3 major theaters of war, in Africa, Europe, and the Pacific. Today, this armored giant is standing on eternal parking at the pier in San Jacinto Port. personifying the force and naval power of the first half of the 20th century. In 1906, the British
Battleships, man, they're definitely beasts. Now, Jeff, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on Battleship Texas. And oh my, I'm sorry, I have to stop for just a moment. Heart just stopped. We've gotten a ton of amazing donations in the past few minutes. We're up to $3,600. 5 minutes ago, we were at $2,800. Huge shout out to everybody that's donated, and we'll have another mouse pad to give away. I'm sorry, Jeff, I was a little taken aback. Battleship Texas. Let's hear your thoughts on her.
Well, yeah, and you're right. Keep those donations rolling into such a worthy cause. Well, I mean, the Texas is real interesting. You know, like I said, when it was launched, it was the most powerful dreadnought battleship in the world. Dreadnought stemmed from the Dreadnought Revolution of 1906, when the British laid down this new battleship called the HMS Dreadnought, which is an all big gun battleship, heavily armored, fast with gas turbine engines. Every other Navy had to react to the Dreadnought Revolution and build their own equivalent. So the Texas was really the most potent dreadnought when it was launched. But giving you an idea, we talked about the Iowa earlier. Even this really powerful USS Texas, its 14-inch guns fired a projectile that was half the weight of the shell fired by the Iowa's 16-inch guns, and only went half the range of the Iowa's 16-inch guns. So something that was so powerful in 1914 is already incredibly obsolete by World War II, given the evolution in battleship design. Still, it was used widely in World War II. It fought in Operation Torch, the Anglo-American landings in North Africa, which were the first, basically attempt to attack the European continent under German domination. And then it shifted it out to the Pacific for the last years of the war. Interestingly, when participating in Operation Torch, on board was Walter Cronkite, this eager beaver young war correspondent. And then when the Texas was heading back to the States, Cronkite got a flight off of the Texas and landed first back in the United States and filed his story about what happened in Operation Torch, the American landings in Morocco and Algeria, and beat every other reporter to the punch because of his ingenuity.
I don't know if I would ever feel comfortable launching off a battleship in a
Well, Cronkite did.
Oh man, that takes some guts. That's incredible. Operation Torch is something that's it was definitely something we spent a lot of time talking about throughout our time in the military, and just all of the efforts and everything that went into such a huge operation. And to know that
another real interesting fun fact about the Texas is that in 1925 it was converted from coal-fired boilers to oil-fired boilers. And this is something that happened in all the world's navies. That's why the British were so interested in acquiring Iraq after World War I, because they wanted Iraqi oil, because they were going to convert the whole Royal Navy over to oil power. And so we were doing the same thing, and you saw this fundamental shift as all these surface ships went from coal-fired boilers to oil.
So what did that do? And this sounds like an absurd question, but I feel like coal weighs so much comparatively to oil. What did that do? Did that allow these battleships to carry more crew, more armaments? Was there a significant weight differential between the two?
Well, I can't tell you the exact weight differential. It was just cleaner burning and easier to supply and fuel as long as you had the infrastructure. Coal was incredibly dirty. Think about the fate of the Russian fleet that sailed around the world in 1905 and was defeated by the Japanese at the Battle of Tsushima. They were basically having to load up on coal everywhere they went. So when they actually got into the battle in May 1905 against the Japanese fleet, the Russian sailors were actually shoveling coal off the decks because they'd filled the bunkers, but they needed to take on extra because it was such a long voyage and the distance between coaling stations was so great. So it just made ships a lot cleaner, smoother, and more economical to operate.
I think that's probably why we have Exo's happy hour every day too. It was just because the coal's dirty. So yeah, I can't imagine what that transition was like. I know, I've worked in the services industry, and seeing people who are so used to doing it one way, that transition of trying to change the mentality of, we're no longer going to use coal, we're going to use oil, probably took a lot of sitting down with people and being like, no, this is the better way to do it, and making that happen. So it's really awesome to see. And that just also goes to show the technological revolution that was occurring during war times. As people were growing, people were changing, and they were always trying to push the envelope. So
well, and you're right about that, because think about it, who was the biggest producer of coal at the time? It was Great Britain, these amazing coal mines in Wales and elsewhere. So there was a lot of resistance inside Britain against moving away from coal, because they had a lot of coal and they would have to go abroad to find the oil.
Yeah, and so that's a super valid point, because now it suddenly changes not only the dynamics of the fights, but it also completely changes the economy of the country that they're representing. And so that is an interesting thing. I don't know that I would have ever thought about. So thank you for sharing that. We've talked a lot about battleships, and I think one of the great things that we have right now is we have an awesome partnership with Verizon. We have an awesome partnership with History Channel and Wounded Warrior Project. But we've talked a lot about battleships, and we have a lot of World of Warships players out there. And one thing about World of Warships is it's a battle. So we're excited to announce an activity. And you know what? I'm not gonna talk. Why don't we have a special guest that's gonna share some information with us. So let's go ahead and roll that video.
Is Chris Young, and this is a special message for military veterans. Verizon wants you for our Verizon Branches Challenge Tournament. 4 teams representing 4 branches of the military will be duking it out on the high seas for glory and a chance to help fellow vets. Now, this mission will be dangerous. You'll be risking eye fatigue, wrist strains, and possibly a sore butt. But if you're up for this challenge, click the virtual recruiting station listed below and enter your name for consideration. World of Warships and Verizon will select the best of the best to represent their branches and duke it out on the weekend of December 5th. The winners will compete for funds to donate to their favorite charities. Verizon will be hosting a matching donation drive throughout the tournament benefiting Wounded Warrior Project as part of its mission to give more to those who give the most. So if you've got the guts, the skills, and the veteran status, apply today, and I'll see you on the virtual high seas.
Mr. Young, such an awesome opportunity for us. The Verizon Branches Challenge we have rolling in just a few weeks. So our teams are sharing the link to sign up for that in chat. So go ahead and if you are a veteran, sign up for that. We will be verifying the veteran status through ID.me. So make sure you follow those links and walk through that. And there is also an amazing opportunity with our partners at Verizon. So Verizon customers have a really unique opportunity. So check out the links that are being shared there in chat. And a huge shout out to Chris Young for joining us to help announce the Verizon Branches Challenge. I know we've been really excited about the opportunity. As a Navy guy, I've always been a fan of the Navy beating the Army during the Army-Navy game, and so I think still the Navy's going to win here. So sign up, and we'll find out which branch of the service is gonna prove to be the better sailor, I guess, since this happens in World of Warships. So we're gonna team up, Navy with Navy, Marines with Marines, Army and Army, and Air Force and Air Force, as well as Coast Guard and Army National Guard. Will incorporate them. Bearing in mind that this challenge is open to U.S. Navy veterans, or I'm sorry, U.S. military active duty and veterans. So let's see what happens in just a couple of weeks. So, and again, huge shout out to Verizon, awesome partners in this with the Verizon Branches Challenge. So let's now talk my favorite class of ships. They're the mobile airways, or the mobile airports. The aircraft carriers are, to me, one of the most majestic things on the ocean. I remember sitting in Chesapeake Bay and in Hampton Roads, where I lived, watching carriers just go out over, and they go out of the bay, and you're actually driving. The Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel goes under this waterway where they go out. So, Jeff, wow, I'm losing words here. Would you say that carriers changed the way that naval battles are fought?
Oh, absolutely. They when you know the idea was that you would have these slugfests between battleships, battle cruisers, and heavy cruisers that would close into gun range 20 to 25 miles and pound away. And with the aircraft carrier, your threat is over the horizon. I mean, imagine the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. They're able to slip all these carriers into range of Oahu, undetected by all American countermeasures, and launch the aircraft and then descend on the Pacific Fleet and hit them without any alarm. So the aircraft carriers are truly a game changer. And then when you think about something like the Pacific War, there was just no way you were going to win a naval war in the Pacific without carriers, because of the ability they give you to operate at great range from home, and also to cover so many multiple threats. And also they give you the capability to attack an enemy fleet, but also attack enemy ground installations on the various island atolls that were fortified by the Japanese and that had to be reduced by American air power, but also the shore bombardment provided by battleships and cruisers.
Yeah, it's insane. I served aboard USS Eisenhower, and I've stepped aboard USS Hornet. I've stepped aboard USS Lexington. In fact, I think I've been on every carrier museum there is to date, and just the amount of technology. Like we were talking about the technological revolution that goes into these. They used to launch with ramps, and now they're going over to magnetic catapults. So we're going to talk more about carriers. We have another segment coming up here about aircraft carriers. So let's go ahead and roll into that video. And huge shout out again to Verizon and our partners there for the Verizon Branches Challenge. Make sure you sign up for the, if you're a Verizon customer, make sure you follow those links that we've shared there in chat.
In 1940, a successful attack by English deck aviation on the naval base in Taranto demonstrated the powerful strike potential of aircraft carriers. The following year, a devastating attack by Japanese aviation on Pearl Harbor became the reason why the USA joined the war. On December 7, 1941, the USA had only 8 aircraft carriers in their navy, but they ended the war with almost 100 of such ships, which had played a major role in American success in the Pacific Ocean.
The Yorktown-class carriers, including Enterprise, were known as one of the best carrier classes by the time their lead ship had entered service in 1937. In contrast to their predecessors, the ships had balanced offensive and defensive capabilities. They could reach high speeds of up to 32.5 knots and launch aircraft groups pretty quickly, thanks to 2 catapults on board. Enterprise carried 5 aircraft squadrons with a total number of up to 85 machines.
All right, perfect. So, like I said, carriers are have a huge place in my heart, and so we're going to turn it over to Hapa Fodder to talk about our donations. We're at 3,700. I think we can easily break this 22,000. I know we have it out there. So let's go ahead and drop those links for Wounded Warrior Project. Hapa, if you wouldn't mind reading a few more of the comments, and then from there we're going to go and hear from another one of our community contributors who's also a veteran, and he had the opportunity to sit down and speak with Wounded Warrior Project as well. So let's hear what people have to say.
Awesome. Thank you again, everyone that's been donating. From Kaiser Wilhelm Shatner, $20 for the future space for Wounded Warriors. From popular EU CC Flambas, $150. I can carry 1 man at least. Army Guy 1141, $20. Thanks for what you do to support veterans. Captain Honor and NACC, $20. Keep up the good work, Wargaming folks, and to the Wounded Warrior Project. The Shadow, $20. For my friends and family who served in the U.S. military since Civil War. Kojo, $5,600. God bless the military. Admiral Bloodsword, $250. Thank you for your service. This is for my brother who served on the USS Midway, Iraq, and Afghanistan. He is still recovering from injuries suffered in Iraq. Hope he gets recovered soon, brother. Anonymous donor, $20. Thank you for your service. My grandfather served on DD-10 USS Paul Jones in World War I. Fuzzwork, $20. Clan challenge accepted. That's nice. I like seeing that. The Swingman, $20. Thanks to all who have served. Jim, $25. Retired E9. I didn't say which service. Anonymous, another $20. Thank you for your service.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for the continued support for the Wounded Warrior Project. I know having support when I returned from being in the military, it's such an odd transition to go through that experience. So next up, we're going to hear from, like I said, we have 2 videos that'll play. Then there'll be a partner integration that you'll hear from No Zoop for You, and then we'll hear some more from No Zoop in the next 2 videos. So make sure you're dropping those donations, and we'll get on to hearing from our friend No Zoop for You.
Anyone who plays World of Warships knows you can't go it alone. Teamwork is a key component of the game, and the camaraderie that starts in matches often spills out of it. Hi, I'm Jason Hill, a Verizon employee and Army veteran. Welcome to the second segment of Verizon's Healthy Competition series, where we're going to talk to Sean Matthews, a veteran who now serves as a community contributor for World of Warships. Thanks for being here, Sean.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. It's just great being among other veterans.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's great to talk to you, and we appreciate your time as well. So let's start off by telling me a little bit about what you do for World of Warships.
So I'm a community contributor, and what that is I'm a content creator. To be able to do this and connect with the gaming community, it's been a dream come true. So I'm just amazed that I have this opportunity.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. So what sucked you into World of Warships in the first place?
I guess that love of naval warfare is kind of what got me into the game. I knew the ships in the game, and just the ability to play something like the USS Iowa, it was awesome.
So speaking of military history, Sean, tell me a little bit about your background.
So I enlisted just after September 11th. I was still in college at the time. So I walked down to the recruiting office. I was probably the easiest recruit they ever had. I said, sign me up. Been in for 18 and a half years now, and I'll probably try and stretch it out as long as I can.
Yeah, everybody's got their recruiter story, right? And coming back to the gaming world a little bit, let's talk a little bit about mental health support in the gaming community and how that interacts.
I think we all know we're in a unique situation right now with COVID. Everybody is somewhat secluded, detached from the outside world. And when you talk about community, I think World of Warships, and that's the players that get together and talk with each other. And I think that's where the game comes in for veterans as well, because veterans have the ability to do that as well.
I understand you have some other background through mental health services and things like that as well.
One of the units I got to sent me to a course called Master Resiliency Training. The course basically deals with resiliency and the ability to bounce back from adversity. So the Army made a push, seeing that the amount of suicides and PTSD and mental health disorders they're having. They sat and said, hey, we need a better way to help soldiers avoid this and bounce back from that adversity, so that when something big comes up, they're able to deal with it better rather than breaking. Resiliency is very important right now, not just for the military, but everyone's.
What are maybe some of the things that you might want to look out for? So maybe there is somebody that's out there that's struggling, that's a fellow veteran.
And I think that's one thing in the military in the past we were never good at, but we're finally learning that we need to do. We need to be more direct with our friends, more direct with individuals that we think might be hurting. And it's not always easy to ask someone if they're hurting or if they're not doing good. And in the same respect, it's not always easy to tell someone that you're hurting either. But now more than ever, it's important to do that. So then this is drawing from resiliency training. We have to have the bravery to be able to ask those hard questions and say, hey, man, are you okay? Are you thinking about something you shouldn't be thinking about? And then from there, we need to react.
I love that saying, it's okay not to be okay, right? And having those conversations with friends, with other veterans, with even family members, whoever it may be, identifying that you need to get a professional involved, right? And there's no shame in that, and there shouldn't be. And I think that's the stigma that us tough military guys need to get over, right? So explain to me a little bit on how you feel about how important the mental health community and World of Warships and their community and how they collide.
Even if you don't know you're doing it, you're still building that resilience by playing, by getting in there with other individuals, by joining a clan. So a lot of veterans might be out there doing this and not even realizing that they are bettering themselves and building up that that resiliency just by playing World of Warships. And I think that's really amazing. It's community building. It's showing individuals, just me talking right here, hopefully veterans seeing this and saying, hey, there's a game that other veterans play. I can join in. And for those individuals, I said my in-game name is No Zoop for you. If you ever see me, please say hi or just reach out to me, message me in-game. You're more than welcome to. I don't care. I'll say hi, and we can chat or talk about military or whatever else. Those are where mental health and gaming collide when individuals get together. And
the difference is that I watched Brady last night congratulate Drew Brees.
I don't think I can say more than that.
We're not going to see that on the other side.
Play the game, talk with each other, be open with each other, enjoy it. And by doing that, you're building resiliency, and you're not even knowing it.
All right. I'm the new guy, right? I'm going to fire up my gaming console tonight. I'm going to get into this. How do you suggest I start?
World of Warships is out there on console, which is awesome. You just do a search for it, World of Warships. You'll find it. You can download it through Steam, or you can go to worldofwarships.com, and it's a free download. It's really unique in that sense that you can get to the top not spending a penny.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to it, Sean.
And it's made me realize a lot, too, especially with how much the community means to me as well. So I want to thank you for the opportunity bringing me out for this. And once again, just thank you for your service, and to all the other veterans out there, especially the wounded warriors. Thank you for everything you've done for this country.
I want to thank you for your time today. It's really been great talking to you. Verizon is a big believer in the veteran community, which is why we're a top hire of veterans like you.
I'm a World of Warships community contributor, and I'm also a veteran. I'm a major in the Army Reserves. I've been serving for 18 years now. I got my start enlisted in the Oklahoma National Guard as an 11 Bravo infantryman. Graduated from Oklahoma State in 06 and got my commission there. And I deployed to Iraq in 09 to 10. Left there, was awarded the Bronze Star, and I've been serving stateside ever since. I think the very cool part about this community, the wargaming and World of Warships community, is the amount of veterans that are in the community. It seems like every day I run into someone who has a gamer tag that's military related, or they've got a sly reference in there, and I just look at it and know, hey, you've served, I can tell. And I think that's really cool. So having a very veteran-friendly gaming community is always awesome, especially being a veteran in that environment. And, I also love going out to the various events that World of Warships puts on. USS Massachusetts, New Jersey, things like that, and going out and actually meeting veterans there and talking about service, from each branch, Navy, Marines, Army, Air Force. So it's a very cool connection that we've got and that World of Warships fosters. And I would say that's one of the more enjoyable aspects about the game. If I could say one thing to the veterans out there, it's thank you for your service. And, if you do happen upon me in a game, feel free to reach out, say, hey, there's a lot of us out there, whether you realize it or not, that are playing this game. And I think that's really awesome. So anyhow, happy Veterans Day. Thanks for everything you've done, and I'll catch you all later. Zoop out. My name is...
All right. So... yeah, y'all may have heard us talking there in the background. Sorry about that. I think we're enjoying ourselves so much that we just wanted to talk to everybody. But hey, you know what? We're back, and that's okay. So No Zoop for you is an absolutely incredible human being. I've had the opportunity to interact with him quite a bit. We appreciate his service, and we appreciate Verizon and Wounded Warrior Project for all the support they're providing for veterans. So we're gonna drop this here again. We were talking about the breeze of the wind. It's very windy where we're at. So Make sure you guys go and visit that link for Verizon as well as the Wounded Warrior Project. So now we talked carriers. We saw a really cool video about carriers. I've professed my profound love for these floating airstrips. And so I'd love to hear from you, Jeff, on what your experience has been like. Have you stepped aboard any carriers? Have you ever taken off from a carrier?
I've been on, I think, the Eisenhower, and my brother served on the Kitty Hawk. And I've been on the Intrepid in New York.
When were you on the Ike?
That was like, was that in? It was down in Virginia Beach, like in the early 2000s, I think.
Okay, I was on board the Eisenhower from 2005 to 2007. So, and I know I think we had History Channel out there filming, so maybe you were out there for that. I don't know, but it was really awesome to see.
I was in Norfolk for some Naval War College thing, and then I went on the Eisenhower.
Yeah, the Ike was a fun ship. I got to her when she was in dry dock, and in Newport News. So if you guys have seen Hapa Fodder stream, he has a picture of him standing underneath a ship. I don't know what ship what ship was that?
That was at USS New Orleans when we pulled her out of the water.
Oh, Redline. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I was aboard to get a command ball cap in 06. Mig said so. I was there. So, what's your experience with carriers? What's your thoughts on carriers as a fighting force?
Well, they really revolutionized naval warfare. I mean, World War II, we see the final decline and disappearance of the battleship and the emergence of the carrier and the submarine as the principal weapons of all the world's fleets. Anyone that wants to be taken seriously as a great naval power has to have carriers, which is why the club of great naval powers is so vanishingly small nowadays, because they're so expensive to build, operate, and keep the crews properly trained for very sophisticated operations. But they, as I said earlier, they're essential for the wars of long range, like the one in the Pacific, where you're having to basically break through this Japanese defense perimeter, which they set up basically from the Aleutians around to Burma, and you had to somehow find a way to battle through it. The Japanese idea in World War II was essentially, we will fortify all these island groups, and we will so attrite the Americans who will try to bash their way through these fortified island groups, and we'll just wear them out with shore batteries, but shore-based aircraft on each of these islands, which will take a heavy toll of American ships. That, in addition to the Japanese fleet and Japanese submarines, will wear them down so much the Americans will basically either lose or will negotiate an end that would be favorable to Japan. So it was the only platform that was really capable of winning the war in the Pacific. Battle of the Coral Sea in 1942, the first naval battle in which no salvos are exchanged by either side. It's all air attacks launched from carriers over the horizon. So it's really a new day in naval warfare, and the United States enjoys such an economic advantage that it just outbuilds the Japanese and buries them under its own naval appropriations. But that's to take nothing away from the tremendous courage and skill shown by American sailors and naval aviators in bringing the fight to the Japanese. And then also on the other side of the Atlantic, carriers were essential to keep the Allies in the fight, to cover the flow of supplies from the United States to Great Britain, but also the Murmansk run up to the Soviet forces that were being supplied by the United States. Carriers gave you the ability to cover the gaps in coverage and look for the German wolf packs, which were trying to sink these critical supply convoys.
Yeah, it's incredible that we spoke about a little while ago. These ships could spend about 11,000 miles, right? The time at sea was determined by the number of miles they had supplies for. Carriers like the Eisenhower that we mentioned, they have basically a 50-year shelf life, and so the Eisenhower went into RCOH after 25 years, and they bring it up to date and they retrofit. And there were some ships that originally were designed with the Hurricane deck below the flight deck, and then they started replacing those and closing in the hull, like USS Lexington, I believe, went through that retrofit. And so it is interesting to see, especially for the first time, warfare over the ocean is now from a craft that is designed to float but launches aircraft like and the innovations and the change in the way that combat was fought during World War II. The Doolittle raid, for example, it was such an interesting risk, because it was a risk. They didn't know how successful they were going to be, but the Doolittle raid, was a really interesting opportunity for carriers to really kind of show their worth. And now in the modern Navy, battle groups are built around carriers. So a carrier deploys with, 4 or 5 different types of ships, as well as a submarine. And so it's just interesting to see that evolution as you're talking through this. And then, moving to the split deck now, where the Gerald R. Ford and things.
And when you think about Doolittle raid in 1942, it's a desperation move, a Hail Mary pass. The only patch of real estate from which we can attack Japan is the USS Hornet, which we advance into striking distance.
Right.
And even so, these B-25 Mitchell medium bombers that take off, most of them are ditched or lost because they just can't drop their bombs and make it through anti-aircraft fire and land in China safely, or return to the carrier. So, but as by the next year, 1943, I mean, think about it. In 1943, Japan is struggling to finish 3 carriers to replace the losses they had at Midway. The U.S. is building 22 carriers, the Essex class in 1943 alone. So again, it's just this determination to not only use carriers, but put them at the center of American naval tactics going forward.
Yeah, I think that's such a valid, the technology that goes into this, the evolution of it, the Doolittle raid, even you mentioned earlier, Pearl Harbor, right? Pearl Harbor was just a very tragic and unexpected event, and we actually we had the very unique opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, to speak with a gentleman by the name of Captain Bob Batterson, who's actually he served for 36 years in the United States Navy. He entered as an enlisted, I believe he was a supplyman, and went on to get his commission and was on the ground as an enlisted man at Pearl Harbor on December 7th. And then he went on to fly F-6Fs in World War II. And now he's been volunteering aboard USS Lexington since the ship became a museum, I believe 93 or 94. So we had a really unique opportunity. And we're going to hear from Captain Batterson here in just a moment from his interview. But I do think carriers are a pivotal force, and they are. You're absolutely right. The cost is so high, but I think the value that they bring is really, they are sovereign territory floating in the middle of the ocean.
And of course, we see in World War II, the carrier eclipsed the battleship, utterly replaces the battleship. But now today we're seeing, one reason why China, for example, isn't pursuing us in aircraft carriers with the same gusto that the Soviets did is they're looking at it and saying, look, our carriers still necessary, because with hypersonic missiles, with new technologies that make the carrier so vulnerable, there's questions about its continued utility.
Right. And it's interesting now that you say that, is if we think about the evolution of warfare, with ICBMs, for example, we thought, ICBMs are going to be a thing that we will need to protect ourselves. And then we went to, let's get close up and personal. And now we're like, we can do it from a distance, and, drones and other aircraft that are able to protect human life by operators are there. So let's roll into Captain Batterson and hear from him.
1941, there was a war raging in Europe, in Asia, and also in Europe. What were your feelings about America possibly getting involved into this world war?
Well, I was convinced we were going to get involved. Even before I joined the Navy, I remember seeing the first B-17 at the Cleveland Air Races, and it was announced then it was being constructed for the future, for future use against any potential enemy, and we could see who the potential enemy was.
Yeah, you'd see the newsreels What was
absolutely.
going on in Asia? What was going on in Europe with Hitler and Mussolini?
But we weren't privileged to a lot of information. Of course, a enlisted man doesn't know too much about what's going on in Washington.
So, December 7th, 1941. Describe to me how that day began for you. What were you doing prior to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor that morning? Where were you and what were you doing?
Well, the night before, I'd been on Liberty, Waikiki Beach, nice hotel. Had to be back before 11, or by 11 o'clock.
Curfew.
That applied to everybody. So everybody was back aboard the station or ships by 11 o'clock. And at that time, the Japs were surrounding the island, 21 service submarines, big subs, getting ready for the next
attack.
7 o'clock, 8
And
o'clock.
at 0750, 300 hours Hawaii local time, the Japanese attack begins. Where were you at that moment? And when did you realize the attack was for real?
Well,
what did you do?
I was sound asleep in the enlisted barracks with about 20 other guys. We thought the noise was a drill and really ticked off, using some choice words to describe how we felt. And then a guy said, "Damn, there goes a Jap torpedo plane." So we knew we were at war. Just flew by our window about 100 feet away. So we knew we were at war. And my God, they had no opposition. They took out the battleships. The high altitude guys went after the ones that battleships that the torpedo planes couldn't reach.
Complete surprise, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
How far were you from Battleship Row? From
a little less than a mile.
So you could hear the bombs falling and exploding.
Oh yeah, you
gunfire.
could see the torpedoes. I saw seven torpedoes hit the Oklahoma. And then I saw the high altitude guy take out the Arizona. See, they had 25 high altitude bombers. She dropped 25 bombs on 3 battleships that the torpedo planes couldn't reach. And it was one of them that hit the Arizona. She just, when she was hit, 50 tons of black powder were ignited, and she just raised up a huge ball of fire. You could feel the concussion. It just shook us. We were a mile away. It was that concussion that really killed practically every man aboard ship.
And what were you told by your leaders to do at this time?
Well, we watched it for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then went below because we had no battle station. See what we could do. We started to help the guys coming in, were being brought in, survivors being picked up from the burning oil. And then we were ordered outside to go to the Cass and the Downs as a firefighting party, because they had been bombed or burning in dry dock with the battleship Pennsylvania. And the only real combat I saw was when we were strafed getting into the truck, and for some reason the Jap just didn't connect. Almost, but God was with us. And then we worked on the fires till about 9:30, and the Japs were bombing and strafing the Pennsylvania, and they were just about 100 feet away from us making their runs. A little nervous time, but came out okay.
You said you saw the Nevada making for the sea, right?
Oh, before, yeah. they nearly sank her in the channel, and if they had, we would have had a major problem. But she was ordered to go underground before she sank, and that worked out all right.
So describe the aftermath of the attack. What damage could you see?
Well, I thought we had lost the war. I did see the burning ships, the burning oil. You know, it was just looked like total disaster to me. And how in the world could we go on? We've lost all these ships. And I was squirting water and feeling sorry for our country and thought we'd had it. And well, I didn't know that a third strike had been canceled, which the strike commander was awarded. He made the most serious military blunder of any Japanese military commander when he canceled out that third strike. If he had sent that strike in, it would have taken out the shipyard, the submarine base, submarine tenders, sink pack fleet headquarters, all the fuel that was topside would have been bombed, and right on top it would have
easy target.
It would have caught fire, of course, and most of that oil, burning oil, would have gone down over the naval station, particularly the submarine base and sink pack fleet headquarters. And he didn't send them in. If he had, we would have lost the Battle of Midway, because we wouldn't have had Yorktown. She couldn't have been repaired. She was damaged in Battle of Coral Sea in May of '42. And it was a month after that that the Midway battle occurred.
So what were some of your concerns and fears after knowing that we were now at war? Were you worried about a possible invasion of the Hawaiian Islands by the Japanese?
Oh yeah, all the rest of the day all we heard were rumors about Japs landing on the other side of the island. And you darn well we were concerned. We had no idea. There was no radio contact. All the radio stations were off the air. And that night, I was walking a post, and it was just about dusk. It was dark. It was dark. Heard these aircraft. Oh my God, the Japs are going to come after us tonight. And never did see them. And then kept hearing the engines more and more. And suddenly somebody fired one shot, and the sky lit up, just red, you know. And I don't know what they were shooting at. I never did see the aircraft. I don't think the guys that were doing shooting, most of them didn't see a target, but they got rid of some pent-up emotion. But we shot down 4 of 6 Enterprise aircraft. Had been out searching for the Japanese. Couldn't make it back to their ship. They had to land at our air station. And they were told to turn on their lights so they wouldn't, you know, be identification. That didn't help. But that was the last action of Pearl Harbor that I recall. Was that
friendly fire?
Oh,
4 of them, you say?
Yes, but those guys had been out searching for the Japs. Never saw them. Never made it back.
And when were you able to notify your family back home that you were okay and that you were not a casualty of the attack?
Well, it was a while before they could send it. I sent a telegram to my mother. I don't know when she received it, how long it took, but it wasn't right away. So.
And why wasn't it right away? What?
Because they couldn't. The service had been disrupted. Or telegrams. At least there was a delay, and I assumed it was right there.
So there was a whole stack ahead
Sure,
of you waiting
yeah.
to go out?
Yeah, but that wasn't priority. That was not a priority. The priority was what the heck's going to happen, how we were adjusting.
Something happened, so 19...
All right. So Captain Batterson is an incredible human being. He served a long life. I think he celebrated his 99th birthday in May, and so we appreciated his the interview that we did with him earlier this year, and he is a great human being. He's seen a lot, and so. Like I said, we definitely appreciate him, and I do understand that there was some terminology that Captain Batterson used in his language. I apologize for that. If anybody did find that as offense, we didn't. It wasn't the intention, but that's Captain Batterson's words. So we appreciate his participation in this. Like I said earlier, we had the opportunity to interview him earlier in the year. And he's a good guy to talk to at 99 years. So Jeff, carriers, World War II. What would you say are the biggest battles, the biggest pivots of the carriers brought to, and what would you say is one of the most iconic battles of air battles of World War II that carriers were involved in?
Oh goodness, there's so many, but obviously Midway is one of the great turning points, because it's when we really inflict such heavy losses on the Japanese Navy in 1942 that they're kind of forced to stop and recover, and they become defensive for the rest of the war because we robbed them of so much offensive capability at Midway, which is partly due to the boldness of Nimitz, but also due to we're signals intelligence. We're basically reading their naval codes, and we know what they're doing, so we're able to arrange a surprise party for them in the vicinity of Midway. And then, of course, as we transition to these the big Task Force 58 in 1944-45, the idea being that America will harvest this industrial production of warships and build these task groups, where you have, in each task group you'll have 4 carriers and an escort of battleships, cruisers, and a picket of destroyers around the outside. And the battleships and cruisers on the inner circle will defend against aircraft that penetrate the destroyer pickets, and the destroyers on the outside will warn of surface ships approaching, and they'll depth charge any submarines that are approaching. So you'll be able to move in safety. You mass 4 of these groups, and you get the Task Force 58 when it's serving with Spruance, and Task Force 38 when it's shifted over to Halsey. But basically what that does is it allows you to have a constant offensive attack on Japan, no rest at all, because you're constantly replenishing crews, you're constantly shifting. Every 6 months you shift out command from Halsey to Spruance, allowing for a new set of objectives to be worked up, a new plan of campaign. And when 6 months are done, you shift to this new set, and you just keep the pressure on the Japanese. And basically it allows you to destroy the Japanese fleet with this incomparable punch of carriers plus surface ships, and it also allows you to reduce these fortified island bases the Japanese are using as part of their perimeter defense strategy, and take the key ones, bypass the not so important ones, and get closer and closer to the Japanese home islands and to ending the war.
Yeah, I think it's a super valid point. Is what it changed not only the balance of the war and shifted the war, but it also had a big impact on American morale, right? Like when the attack of Pearl Harbor happened, there was a lot of kind of internal struggle and internal strife, and But as we started seeing these shifts in battles with air power coming into play, I think the American people really kind of rallied behind this concept of air power, and really brought that brought more what I'm trying to say, a more, I don't want to, uplifted spirits, I think is a way of saying that, especially in the middle of the Great Depression and all of these things that were taking place, that were causing, you know, a lot of hardship at home. And so I think aircraft carriers, like I said, I'm serving on carriers. I've always just had a love for the idea. I love aviation. And so, and Captain Batterson was not only an enlisted service member, survived Pearl Harbor, but also went on to fly aircraft and took part in these battles. So it is a wonderful thing to be able to hear from somebody of his generation, and be able to celebrate and commemorate the lives and the service that they led. So we've talked a little bit about carriers. We've talked about battleships. We've talked about cruisers. We have a few more videos that we're going to run from some of our partners. USS Lexington. We have some cuts from USS Midway and some interviews from USS Midway, and then we'll get into talking about Happa favorite class of ship, destroyers. But one quick thing I want to do is make sure we highlight we're at $4,100 of the donation. So let's keep those donations coming in for the Wounded Warrior Project. So make sure you go over there and share that link, share it with your friends. Let's get everybody out there. So we've got more mouse pads to give out. And let's go ahead, Happa, and run into our next series of videos. So sit back and enjoy the show.
Here to the VB-19 Ready Room. This is one of our very historic exhibits. This right here, actually, when this exhibit was dedicated, we had some surviving members of VB-19 present for the dedication, and this is something we love sharing with our guests. But this is a great time to talk about the storied history of the USS Lexington, the fifth ship in the U.S. Navy to have that name. The USS Lexington, commissioned in 1943, pretty much after shakedown, went straight to the Pacific and into the war. And they didn't waste a lot of time back then. They had to get into the fight. So they were already fighting their first battles with skirmishes off Tarawa in September of 1943. It unfortunately was hit by a torpedo on the 5th of December 1943. Luckily, not too many people injured or killed from that. But then into 1944, after retrofit, back into the fight. And then in, of course, the famous Battle of Philippine Sea, June of 1944, what was called the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, USS Lexington was right there. Admiral Mitchell was using this ship as his flagship, and that's where the story comes from the Mission Beyond Darkness. And you can look that up, but that's just an amazing test of heroism of the crew at the time, and also the leadership that was shown by the admiral in charge at the time in order to turn on the lights and bring everybody home safely. Later that year, the ship was damaged again by a kamikaze attack. That was the 4th of November, 1944. And then throughout the rest of the war, fought very admirably, crew served admirably. But then in August of 1945, the USS Lexington was the first aircraft carrier into Tokyo Bay, So, really throughout the majority of the fight in World War II, the Lexington was there. After some renovations in the 50s, it became, into the jet age. And it was operationally serving, not really in combat anymore after that. But then all the way to 1962, after its last mission was part of the Cuban Missile Crisis. But then 1962, it became the training carrier for the Navy. And so, this ship did not serve operationally during Vietnam, but they will say that every jet pilot on carriers during Vietnam did their carrier qualifications here on the USS Lexington, and served as the training carrier for the Navy until 1991 when it was decommissioned. So because of that long service, the USS Lexington ended up being the longest serving SS class carrier, and at the time of decommissioning was the longest serving aircraft carrier in the history of the Navy. So we're very proud of those things. It's a historic ship. We love sharing it with people. But then right closely afterwards, it became a museum right here in Corpus Christi. And this is one of the things that we love talking about, because that amazing stuff that we have in history that we're commemorating for our guests is something that we carry over now into sharing it with you at this museum. And so we've had a lot of success with that. Of course, now with COVID. You understand the constrictions that are restrictions that are there with COVID. That's why we're doing this virtual Fleet Week, and that is something that affects obviously our attendance here. So we have lower attendance than normal as people are slowly getting back into getting out and exploring things with their families. But so we're finding new ways to do fundraising because it's important to keep this museum alive and keep the history of these great folks who fought and sometimes died on board this ship in the service of this country. So some great events like, of course, the virtual Fleet Week that you're in now. Hope you're having a great time with that. But also we did a virtual concert on the flight deck with Brian Black. Hey Brian, if you're watching this, that was just an amazing time. We had a lot of fun with it, and it turned out to be a great fundraiser. And we're looking for more unique ways to continue doing things like that in order to preserve this history. And we hope that that's something that we can share with you. We welcome you on board the USS Lexington. Enjoy your time with the virtual Fleet Week, but hope that you'll come here with your family and you can share it firsthand. I'd like to welcome you here to the VB-19 Ready Room. This is one of our very historic exhibits. This right here, actually, when this exhibit was dedicated, we had some surviving members of VB-19 present for the dedication, and this is something we love sharing with our guests. But this is a great time to talk about the storied history of the USS Lexington, the fifth ship in the U.S. Navy to have that name. The USS Lexington, commissioned in 1943, pretty much after shakedown, went straight to the Pacific and into the war. And they didn't waste a lot of time back then. They had to get into the fight. So they were already fighting their first battles with skirmishes off Tarawa in September of 1943. It unfortunately was hit by a torpedo on the 5th of December 1943. Luckily, not too many people injured or killed from that. But then into 1944, after retrofit, back into the fight, and then in, of course, the famous Battle of Philippine Sea.
From a 51,000-mile cruise in what used to be the Japanese Ocean.
Al Hansen, and was an aviation machinist mate, third class. This is called a blood ship. This is if we crashed, and it's not printed on your jacket, it's in your pocket, because you don't know the Japanese from the Chinese. And this is just say, I'm a good guy, take me to your leader, you'll be rewarded. When the Chinese come aboard this ship and see that, they go crazy. They give me hugs, the women give me kisses on the cheek. It's unbelievable.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force.
Hello, I'm Carl Zingheim, the staff historian for the USS Midway Museum, and I'm speaking to you from atop the flight deck on the Midway in San Diego, California. The USS Midway is the only surviving example of the capital ship designs that naval architects were looking forward to after the collapse of the Washington and London Naval Treaty System in 1937. Now, freed from all the arbitrary tonnage restrictions that they had to contend with earlier designs, in the post-treaty era, U.S. naval architects could look forward to designing an entire series of warships that would meet all their design specifications in one ship without having to worry about any kind of restrictions. For aircraft carriers, this meant being able to have the large air groups that U.S. carrier doctrine favored, but still having a ship that had enough displacement to be able to accommodate armor for both the flight deck and the hangar decks. So therefore, the Midway would become a new class of battle carrier that received the designation of CVB that would represent a whole new generation of American fighting carriers. However, there was a lot of debate going on as to where to put the armor and how much armor to use, because having all this armor high up on a flight deck is detrimental to a ship's stability. Fortunately, the Americans had a real-world example that showed up on their doorstep when HMS Illustrious, a pre-war armored deck carrier the British had designed, had received severe damage in the Mediterranean from German Stukas. She tied up at Norfolk Naval Yard in 1941 for repairs, and U.S. naval architects were then able to evaluate in a real-world example of how an armored deck was able to handle modern naval ordnance. And so therefore, the British experience in the Mediterranean in World War II were it's able to help the U.S. design a new carrier, and this had a hand in the final design of the Midway. Midway was laid down in 1943 as an entirely new class of carrier, but despite all the distractions and the other priorities in building established designs, Midway's construction proceeded apace at Norfolk during the rest of the Second World War. However, she missed World War II by just a month by being commissioned in September 1945. However, when she did enter the fleet, she marked a dramatic transition in the design of aircraft carriers. She had an armored flight deck that featured a 3.5-inch series of armor plating through most of the flight deck, as well as 2-inch reinforced steel for both the hangar deck and second deck. She also had extensive compartmentalization, particularly below the second deck, and in fact represented to this very day the most thoroughly subcompartmentalized ship ever built. She was also too large to fit through the Panama Canal, which represented a major departure from American strategic planning. Although Midway missed World War II and had no role in the attack on Japan, she did play a major role in what happened with the development of atomic weaponry delivery and eventually the Cold War that emerged shortly afterwards. Part of the problem the Navy was facing after 1945 was that the Air Force was trying to dominate all military aviation. That was because the Air Force at the time was the only service that was able to deliver bulky atomic weaponry. And the early Truman administration placed a great deal of faith in the American monopoly on atomic weaponry as an ultimate deterrent to future wars. So in order to stay competitive with the Air Force in trying to get a decent portion of the narrow post-World War II budgets, the Navy was able to take the Midway with her armored non-wooden flight deck and use it to demonstrate that ballistic missiles such as captured German V-2 rockets could in fact be launched by a ship at sea, theoretically tipped with a nuclear warhead. And so the Midway was able to play a role in being able to give the Navy a greater portion of the defense budget as the Cold War was starting to warm up. The Korean War, of course, completely changed everything, and the Midway and her two sisters, Coral Sea and FDR, were kept in the Atlantic just in case Korea turned out to be a feint for the attack on NATO. Eventually, however, the Cold War played out, Korea died down, and the Midway in turn was sent to the Pacific. Practically from the moment she arrived in 1955, the Midway was involved in a series of Cold War incidences in the Western Pacific, starting with the Taishan Island evacuation as one of the episodes of the ongoing drama between Taiwan and the People's Republic of China, and also played a role in Vietnam. She was in the first of the combat deployments in 1965, an aircraft flying from the Midway downed several of the first MiGs of the entire Vietnam conflict. However, there was an anticipation of being able to produce one aircraft that would suit both the Air Force and the Navy. That became the F-111 program. And so Midway was taken a hand again for another extensive reconstruction at Hunters Point Shipyard in San Francisco. And she spent the second half of the 1960s having a complete remold of her flight deck and other systems to be able to accommodate the F-111. As it turns out, as we all know, the F-111 proved to be unsuitable as a naval aircraft and spent the rest of her career as an Air Force platform. And there were significant cost overruns in the redesign of the Midway. And so as it turns out, even though the similar redesign was intended for both the Coral Sea and the FDR, Midway's sisters, those never came to pass. So Midway went through the rest of her career with this greatly enlarged flight deck that was meant for the F-111, but which never arrived. Midway then rejoined the Vietnam conflict at the beginning of the 1970s, and of course was on hand for the final evacuation of personnel from Saigon in Operation Frequent Wind in 1975. Because of all the stress of trying to maintain a deployment schedule across the Pacific to support the Vietnam effort, and now extensions of cruises into the Indian Ocean, the Midway was designated as a forward deployed ship with her home port shifted from Alameda to Yokosuka, Japan in 1973. And so she spent the last 18 years of her career as a forward deployed carrier in the Western Pacific. In this capacity, she was always the cop on the beat, always on deployment the minute she cleared the outer marker buoy, and became a common sight both in Far Eastern waters and in the Indian Ocean. Eventually, she also saw action towards the end of her career after the end of the Cold War with Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 in driving the Iraqi forces out of Kuwait. Shortly afterwards, she participated in another evacuation thanks to the eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines in 1992 and successfully evacuated Air Force dependents from the devastated Clark Air Force Base. Because of the rapid ending of the Cold War, the Navy decided it didn't need the Midway as a frontline carrier any longer, and so she was designated for an early retirement in 1992, and the decommissioning finally occurred in San Diego in April of 1992. She was then taken to Bremerton for storage, intending to go to the breakers yards, when an organization in San Diego was able to retain her for use as a museum, which eventually opened in 2004. Thank you for visiting, and I hope you can see us at our website of midway.org. Taking a closer look at the Midway, you could see that she really is a naval heavyweight. She has an armored flight deck that runs the entire length of topsides, as well as extensive reinforcing of both her hangar and second deck. She has extensive compartmentalization inside the hull, as well as armor plating on both sides. She also sported an extensive gun armament featuring 18 5-inch 54 mounts, as well as an extensive array of anti-aircraft armaments. Her main battery, however, is an unprecedented 120 combat aircraft. This makes the Midway a true battle carrier. I'm Carl Zingheim. Thank you for visiting us here at San Diego, and please be sure to visit us at midway.org. Hello, I'm Carl Zingheim, the staff historian for the USS Midway Museum, and I'm speaking to you from atop the flight deck on the Midway in San Diego, California.
All right, we are back. What is up, my friends? That was it was quite a bit of time there. We know that you all wanted to sit down and enjoy some videos. The video did loop a little bit. I think we were singing some more Anchors Away though, but that's okay. We love singing Anchors Away. I was trying to get Jeff to sing with us, but he wouldn't do that, so that's my fault. But we still appreciate it. So there was a lot of information that was thrown at you guys there about carriers, and we have some amazing friends in carriers from USS Lexington, Midway, USS Intrepid. You know, we have such a great relationship with these museum ships here at World of Warships, and there's a ton of storied history. And so, Jeff, I'd like to talk just a couple more minutes with you about carriers and just kind of your thoughts and last minute opinions on carriers overall and their historical impact.
Well, it's interesting, you know, the admiral that is most identified with carriers in World War II, the war in the Pacific, is Mark Mitcher. And Mitcher was a guy who was a Navy captain during World War I, and he was involved in escorting these convoys across the North Atlantic, first supplies for Great Britain and France, and then bringing over the doughboys for service on the Western Front in 1918. And he realized early on the importance of naval aviation, of using, it's a natural development to use aircraft to scout the sea lanes ahead of the fleet, to look for threats and identify targets. And yet he met a lot of resistance from, the old battleship admirals who didn't want to integrate air power into naval warfare. And so Mitcher is really the brain trust in the Pacific. He's the guy who, goes from using carriers as onesies or twosies and groups them into these task groups, and then takes 4 of these task groups with 4 carriers each and makes a task force and uses and maximizes their offensive striking power while still not cluttering the air room overhead with too many aircraft, and Mitcher constantly refines the tactics. So for example, he'll launch aircraft in 3 successive waves. The first wave will strafe the enemy ships and to try to suppress all the anti-aircraft defenses. The second wave will bomb the enemy ships to try to take out a lot of their defensive armament and drive the crews, below decks into shelter. The third wave will deliver the torpedoes and try to sink the enemy ships. Similar game plan for attacking targets on the ground. And and always working to maximize the firepower of these task groups, and also figures out ways to sustain them at sea. I mean, imagine the length of the supply lines from California or Hawaii out to these ships operating in the Western Pacific. So there's this fleet train that lies behind all of these task groups, keeping them fully supplied with ammunition, food, and everything else. There's the CB battalions building airstrips on islands to augment the aircraft carrying capacity of the carriers. So Mitcher is somebody who's actually absolutely central to U.S. victory in the Pacific during World War II.
It's funny you mentioned Seabees. I call them, I joke and say sand sailors, because they spend only a little bit of time on ships. So Definitely carriers are awesome ships and behemoths, and we thank all of our integrations and all of our partners within the carrier community. Next, we're going to talk about HAPA's favorite class of ships, and probably one that I don't know that I would ever step foot on is destroyers. And we have a really great video, a ship's parade of videos. So let's go ahead and roll this video, and we'll talk about some destroyers.
Destroyers are often called the expendables of a fleet, but only the USA managed to construct destroyers so quickly and in such large numbers that they could easily replenish any losses. Taking into account military experience gained, each new series of destroyers were designed with improvements that enhanced their combat efficiency. It's no coincidence that the Fletcher, Sumner, and Gearing class ships continue to serve in navies all over the world decades after World War II had ended.
24 Benson-class destroyers were laid down between 1938 to 1940, and these ships were the last US ships of the type to be built, taking into consideration the treaty limitations for displacement. They were designed on the basis of the previous Sims-class series, and they carried powerful artillery and torpedo armament. However, due to that, they turned out to be overloaded. During the war, some guns and torpedo launchers had to be removed from the Benson-class ships so their AA defenses could be installed. The cruising range of the Benson-class destroyers was sufficient to operate in the Atlantic Ocean, but the US Navy required different destroyers to serve in the Pacific Ocean. This need led to the creation of the Fletcher-class ships, one of the best US destroyers of World War II. The ship included significant displacement reserves already at a stage of her design that allowed her AA defenses to be reinforced as a result. The Fletcher-class destroyers carried strong armament, comprising 5 dual-purpose 127mm guns, and 2 quintuple-tube torpedo launchers could achieve high speeds and had a long cruising range. The need to enhance ships' anti-aircraft armament, which became apparent to the crews of the Fletcher-class ships during combat, led to creation of the Allen M. Sumner-class destroyers. The American designers took the reliability and simplicity of the previous ship's design as a starting point and built a new destroyer that was slightly larger and, respectively, had better seakeeping characteristics. The ship was equipped with 3 twin turrets, housing 127mm dual-purpose Mark 12 guns. These significantly enhanced her anti-aircraft armament, which comprised 12 Bofors guns in coupled and quadruple mounts, plus 11 single-barreled Oerlikon guns. The Gearing-class destroyers were the last destroyers that were designed and built for the US Navy during World War II. In comparison with the previous class, the ship's hull was made longer by 4.3 meters. This increased her onboard fuel reserves by 50%, and as a result, her cruising range as well. The Gearing-class destroyers began entering service in the US Navy in 1944.
Destroyers always destroy me in World of Warships. I can't avoid them. Torping, stealthy, fast to get in, drop all your torps in the water and get out. So, Jeff, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what part destroyers played in the war and their impact on the tides, as it were.
Well, I mean, destroyers really kind of emerge as an idea in the 1890s when you see all these powers building these highly expensive, big pre-dreadnought and then dreadnought battleships, and there's this real fear of asymmetric threats, that you'll spend millions on a battleship and then have it sunk by a torpedo boat that cost a few $1,000s, you know? And they look at something like what happened to the Russian fleet that was the Russian squadron at Port Arthur that was set upon by Japanese torpedoes in 1904. And so the idea of a torpedo boat destroyer emerges in the 1890s and is certainly integrated into all fleets in time for World War I. So it's a fast, maneuverable, long endurance ship that can kind of circle the larger ships and protect them against these asymmetric threats, whether it's a torpedo boat or a submarine. And they can spot the threat and they can attack it with their own armament, torpedoes, or depth charges.
Yeah, it's incredible, just the versatility of these destroyers and their speed. I never served on a destroyer, and I could only just imagine. The listing on a carrier is harsh, but I can only imagine, what the high seas were like for these small boys. What would you say made destroyers the powers that they were? What was the one element about destroyers that made them really just a powerful entity?
Well, it was the essential nature of the destroyer. You couldn't go anywhere without them because you couldn't put your bigger, more heavily manned, more expensive platforms at risk without a screen of destroyers that would detect the air threats and the submarine threats that were approaching these really expensive and irreplaceable capital ships, whether we're talking about carriers or battleships or the battle cruisers or cruisers. So the destroyer is really an essential element and plays that role in every Navy at the time.
Yeah, it's incredible. And so, like I said, I've never served aboard a carrier or a destroyer before, but one of the carriers that we have in game, and one that was a big part of history and is still a museum ship, is USS Kidd. And I believe, Hapa, correct me, they're in Baton Rouge, correct? I believe
Yes.
USS Kidd is. So we also had an anchor's away stop at USS Kidd, and I believe that was our last stop of the year. So we have a great set of interviews from members of USS Kidd that we're going to roll into now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm skipping ahead. I'm. It's like 7 o'clock here, guys. So first, we're going to hear from retired, one of our community contributors, who served quite a bit. I think he retired as a Fleet Marine Force medic. So we're going to hear from him here next. Sorry about that. Let's roll it.
Steve Andrus. People on Twitch know me as Retired 8404. I am retired Navy hospital corpsman. I did 20 years in the Navy. Started in 1992 and retired in 2012. Joined at the young age of 18 years old. I left my hometown in California to see the world and see what's out there. Throughout my career, I've been to various places, Hong Kong, Singapore, Thailand, Korea, Guam, Spain, Italy, various places via deployments, and been, had the opportunity to serve aboard submarines, surface ships, with the Marines, with the Seabees. I've been on shore commands, hospitals and clinics. I've been in as many places around the Navy as I possibly could to kind of get a full feel for the Navy to the best of my ability. And I'll tell you what, it was the most amazing adventure in my life, starting at 18 years old for the last 20 years. I learned, respect. I learned responsibility. All of these things, they come to you either quickly, you learn, or you kind of get in trouble, and sometimes it happens. But nevertheless, I wouldn't change anything that happened in the past, and it is the most wonderful opportunity for a young person to do if they have no idea where they want to go in college or whatnot. So again, the Navy was fan-freaking-tabulous. I loved it. Let's talk about World of Warships. World of Warships, I've come by this game because I saw that it had Navy ships and hoped it had submarines, and at the time it didn't, but they're working on that. And I love the attention to detail that they had on these ships. The game was in such a pace that I could stream it very well because I can enjoy the ships, I can enjoy the gameplay, and I can still talk to the community. And the community in the World of Warships is absolutely amazing. There has been such a welcoming amount of in the community, and it's filled with a lot of veterans. You'd be surprised. A lot of veterans play video games. And just the game itself was great. You can either do it versus the computer, the AI, and you can do whatever pace you want, or you can be kind of a little bit more competitive and do some of the PvP aspects of it. It's all how you do it. This is my go-to game because it is absolutely, for me, I just like to do it and just blow things up, and I have fun with it. I love the varieties of destroyers, cruisers, and battleships. Not a big fan of carriers, but I'm working on it. And hopefully one day they'll have submarines and I can master that. And my message for veterans is this, in the video game community, especially World of Warships, World of Tanks, and World of Planes, I believe that there is a large veteran community there that would accept you with open arms. So just branch out. And if you see any veterans that are streaming or playing the game, hook up. trust me, we look out for one another, and there are things that we just get. We get it. You know, if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. If you don't, sorry civilians, I apologize, but there's a phrase that we understand. It's we get it, and I hope to see more military veterans out there, of all countries, for that matter, of all countries, and thank you for your time.
That man is incredible. Retired as one of our CCs, and so check him out. So huge shout out to everybody. We're gonna go right into our next segment here, which is our final segment from our friends over at Wounded Warrior Project. Right now we're at $4,277.16 of that goal. So make sure you are dropping over to that link and sharing that link with your friends and family. The donation of the charity will run all the way through that Verizon Branches Challenge that we spoke about earlier. And Mr. Happafodder, would you mind reading some of the most recent donations for us?
Of course, and thank you everyone for so many donations that we've been getting. From Anonymous, $100. Thank you for all your service. Mythic CX, one of our more vocal community members, $42. Always support my fellow vets. My Twitch proceeds this month, plus a little extra to my brothers who are still in uniform and the ones hung theirs up. Excuse me. Anonymous, $20. God bless. Full speed ahead. Dr. Meatball, $20. Thank you to all active duty military veterans. We appreciate everything you've done and do. Lead delivery, $25. Your service and devotion is much appreciated. Keith S., $100. I'm a U.S. Air Force vet, 79 to 92. Dad and two brothers, also Air Force vets. Wounded Warrior has helped my son-in-law, an Army vet wounded in Afghanistan in an IED blast, and is 100% disabled with TBI and PTSD. They are a great organization. Anonymous, $20.09. 9 cents is very important. In honor of Grandpa Len, 1931 to 2009 USN Korean War vet. Moose, $22.71, $20. Grandfather was in Island Patrol boat on South Pacific. His brother on USS Oakland. Other grandfather, Canadian paratrooper. One grandmother, Canadian Army nurse in London. Another grandmother assembled engines at REO truck plant in Lansing, Michigan. Her brother was in Seabees. Told me hours of stories. Wow, that's a heck of a family. Mr. Herpaderp, $10.07. Thank you for everything given. Anonymous, $40. God bless, Godspeed from Priams Hylas. That's a heck of a name. Wolf Sweat Paws, $20. Clan donation, challenge accepted and met. Semper Fidelis. Dominator and Amy Artillery, $20. We love our veterans and wounded warriors. And David Pinson, $20. Great work.
Outstanding. Thank you all so much for supporting Wounded Warrior Project and the work that they do. You know, we're 2 days away from Veterans Day, and you know, there's so much there that I want to say that I just don't have the time to say, or I think the emotional fortitude right now to say. But to everybody who's donated and everybody who has served, thank you so much from all of us here. Next up, we're going to hear from our friends over at Wounded Warrior Project in partnership with Verizon to hear from another veteran in here. So let's go ahead and roll that.
Hi, I'm Jason Hill, a Verizon employee and Army veteran. In our final segment on veteran gamers and mental health, we're talking to Matthew Twigg, one of the leaders of Wounded Warrior Project's gaming initiative.
Thanks for having me, Jason. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
Doing great, man. It's a great day.
So I think a lot of people know about the Wounded Warrior Project, but let's talk a little bit about Wounded Warrior Play.
Yeah, for sure. So our WWII Play Stream to Serve really is a connection piece to the live streaming world. Kind of started as, you know, that connection to, you know, very passionate individuals that were hosting these charity streams, you know, on different platforms like Twitch, like Facebook, like YouTube. And it's really kind of morphed into a larger community, you know, supporting Wounded Warrior Project and supporting gaming.
It's such a great thing you guys are doing, Matt. And, you know, where did the idea start? Where did it come from?
That's a great question. A group of very intelligent teammates started to see all these really passionate charity streamers hosting streams for Wounded Warrior Project. And what they wanted to do was really just kind of grow a program organically and really kind of a grassroots effort. I understand you're a gamer yourself, correct?
I am.
Yeah. So, how do you use gaming on a daily basis?
Make the world melt away.
That's right, man. That's right. So, gaming offers that to everybody, and it's great for the mental health as well.
A private walking onto this virtual base for the first time. Where do I go to get signed up, and how do I get involved there?
Search for Discord. You can download that Discord app. We can get you connected to the Wounded Warrior Project, server. And then from there, it's really just off and running. You'll get to see all the posts that we make about the events that we're doing in Discord, about the community nights. We've just done a whole slew of things on the Discord server to really keep veterans connected.
Hey, Matt, I've heard you mention this Discord server a few times. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, of course. So Discord is just it's a program that really centralizes our community. It's a great kind of like a mix between a chat program and a bulletin board where you can make posts and kind of come back and revisit things. It offers voice, text, and video. So it really just gives us a central place for our community to kind of stay connected and for us to connect with our communities.
It's awesome. So in addition to the platform we're discussing now, what sort of mental health resources does WWP provide for veterans?
So we have quite a few mental health programs at Wounded Warrior Project. It's our Wounded Warrior Project Talk program. It's really a great program where warriors can have 20 to 30-minute conversations weekly with a WWP teammate, another veteran, or maybe a family support member. We also have our Warrior Care Network program. They do a wide variety of inpatient and outpatient mental health services for our wounded warriors.
Speaking of that, what kind of feedback have you been getting from the veteran community?
Really, this started right at the beginning of the pandemic, and it's just exploded since then. We have over 1,500 members in our Discord server, and it's really just given our veterans a way to stay connected during the pandemic. But it's more than that. It's more than just playing games. They're creating friendships. They're creating these lasting connections. We're really happy with where it is, and we're really excited to see where it is in the future.
Tell me a little more about the virtual relay that WWP is launching today.
Yeah, of course. So it is our first ever live streaming charity relay called Warrior Week. Warrior Week is a 7-day live streaming relay taking place on November 9th through 15th. And so it's just our kind of chance to connect with the community, play with the community. We're going to give some mission spotlights, which are really going to kind of give us some inside looks to our programs and services. So we got a lot of great things planned. We also have a lot of passionate community members, streamers, and influencers that are going to help us raise awareness and raise critical funds for Wounded Warrior Project. So we hope you'll join us maybe for that.
You know I'm going to be there, Matt. And thanks again for your time today.
Of course.
Anyone can participate in WWP Play Stream to Serve program to help provide free mental health sessions for veterans. To download a starter kit with details on how to contribute your stream to the cause, please visit woundedwarriorproject.org/give-back. That's all for Healthy Competition today.
A few seconds to talk about Kidd. All right. And I think we're back now. I think you guys can see us. Hey, how are we? All right. So thank you so much to our friends over at Wounded Warrior Project and Verizon. Don't miss out if you are a Verizon customer. There's a great opportunity to claim up to $75 worth of in-game rewards for existing Verizon customers. And of course, we have that donation going there at the top. We're 4,400 in. So let's see if we can get another, what? We have 7 hours, I think, left of the stream, right? Is that what we said? 7 hours? Let's see if we can, no, I'm kidding. We only have about 45 minutes or so left. Let's see if we can get that up to at least 6K. So we've talked before these previous segments, we talked about destroyers and the pivotal role that they played. Next, we're going to hear some veteran interviews from USS Kidd, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on USS Kidd and the part that Kidd played in the wars.
Well, I mean, the Kidd's part of the Fletcher class, and the Fletcher class is one of the most successful classes of destroyers used in World War II. And there's just no understating the importance of the destroyers, not only for fleet duties, escorting, scouting, and protecting the larger capital ships against a sudden emerging threat using their sensor technologies, which was another American strong suit, because we exchanged all this info with the British throughout the war. So the Brits and the Americans had the best, radar and sonar of, compared with the Axis powers. So they really had eyes on what was coming in by air or undersea. And so they were also vital for convoy escort. When you think about the long supply lines across the Pacific and the Atlantic, these things wouldn't have got there without these destroyer escorts, which kept the submarines at bay. I mean, this is one reason why the U.S. submarines had such a field day in the Pacific against the Japanese merchant fleet and also against the Japanese surface fleet, is because they used the destroyers in the fleet alone. They did not convoy the merchant vessels. So that means that Japan, which was entirely dependent on raw materials, we sank all the stuff they were trying to bring in from their southern resource area in Malaya, Dutch East Indies, Philippines, and Indochina. So we starved their economy because of their failure to use destroyers properly. The United States used them really well throughout the war, convoying merchant ships that were critical to the success of the war effort and protecting the larger fleet units.
Yeah, it's crazy. They when we were running supply missions, there would be one or two destroyers in a convoy of 60 ships, or I may have my numbers off here, but I know that there were very few destroyers for large convoys that we were feeding across the Atlantic. Why do you think that Japan didn't want to use destroyers in that way? Or,
well, I mean, there's been a lot of written on that. It's basically that sort of code of Bushido that infected the Japanese army. This kind of exaggerated machismo, that real men don't escort ships, real men fight. So just as the Japanese army didn't want to undertake defensive battles, they always wanted to attack. The Japanese Navy had the same mindset that the only proper use for a ship was, in the surface fleet, slugging it out with an enemy navy. They had the same attitude towards submarines. They thought they were somehow unmanly, and that submarines were only for fleet escort. They were not for separating off and using to attack the enemy supply lines. That was considered, beneath their dignity. So, the Americans, with a far more rational and scientific approach to the war, figured out a much better use of destroyers. And another really important aspect of destroyers is they are cheap enough to be expendable. That you can actually, this is a ship with lots of firepower that you can push out in advance of the fleet or on the flanks of the fleet, and if need be, you can lose it. It's not like losing a battleship or a cruiser. And so you need a lot. Any serious fleet needs a lot of destroyers to undertake the really risky missions at the margins.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. Is the cost of these ships? They were able to just produce very, very quickly, and a lot of other navies, South American navies, I think, for example, had like Argentina, I think, had 4 or 5 destroyers that they put together into use, and so it is interesting, especially to see the evolution of where the destroyers have come to and where we're at now.
Well, I mean, nowadays, they're the only ships that are left. Most navies only have destroyers. Which the European navies call frigates. I mean,
right.
In the United States, is that we're about to retire the last of our cruisers, and we'll have only destroyers too.
Yeah, it is incredible to see the technology. Like, we've talked about technology and the evolution of it all, and with the systems that have evolved, but all of it goes back to the one fundamental principle of being able to put fast ships out into the ocean with the ability to hit distance, right? With the Arleigh class ships now, for example, with the Happefotter could speak more to these, but I believe it's called the Aegis systems that we have now. All of these evolved weapon systems came from a need, and these destroyers filled a serious need.
The other great thing about the Fletcher class and the USS Kidd is how durable they were. I mean, all the skippers talked about how these things could take a pounding from aerial bombs, from shells. They could have everything destroyed almost down to the waterline, and the ship would still float and make it back to port. So they were incredibly durable as well. They could, and landings like in North Africa, Sicily, D-Day, the destroyers would come right up almost to the beach, and they would just pour in fire from their 5-inch guns and hit the shore defenses, allowing the GIs and the Marines going ashore to reach their objectives.
Yeah, it's incredible. I can only imagine what it must have been like serving on one of these and just knowing being that close to shore, for example. Being out on a carrier, you never see land, right? Unless you're in an aircraft. So these destroyers getting that close and being able to put as I think Hapa Fodder says, put warheads on foreheads is just incredible. So thank you so much for sharing your information on that. And for those out there who do play World of Warships, I don't envy your ability to play destroyers because I can't do it. I get wrecked. So next up, we have a really awesome. Where are we at? We're about to go into our veteran interviews from a gentleman by the name of Leroy Jenkins, who served aboard USS Kidd. And yes, for the gaming community out there, Leroy Jenkins is his real name. And so let's hear from I believe Seaman Leroy Jenkins from USS Kidd.
A really funny story about how you got on Kidd. Can you tell that to our viewers?
Yes, I can. I got on the Kidd maybe one Tuesday night, about 10 minutes to 12. Last minute, they told me, first they asked me that I want to ship over, and I said, well, no, I'm going to get out, when I do my time. They said, well, you need some sea duty. And they said, we'll find a ship to put you on. This was in the morning about 10 o'clock. So I thought it was going to take 3 or 4 weeks or longer. So I was all relaxed, but they called me up that day about 3 o'clock and said, hey, Leroy, we got a ship for you, the USS Kidd. It's docked out in San Diego Harbor. So you'll be on that thing tonight. We'll get your gear together, be on that tonight before midnight. So I got on there about 10 minutes to 12 last minute. And when I got aboard the ship, I was shocked because where I was, Brownfield, at show duty, you had to have starch and iron shoes shine. You had to be pretty well squared away. I got on there, most guys' beards, wrinkled jeans on and things like that. They look like pirates, most of them.
That's fantastic.
So I saw it, and they had big knives on their side too. And I thought to myself, hey man, I don't have a knife. I can't get on that ship.
Wow.
But anyway, I get on the ship, and the next morning I just get up. I finally up the bunk down there that don't have a mattress on it. If it ain't got a mattress on it, then it's nobody bunk.
Sure.
So I went down below and found a bunk, middle bunk. And so I hopped in that thing. I never slept enough with nothing like that before. But after I was on there, the very next morning they come out and muster. So I goes out there and stand in line with a bunch of guys. I didn't know who these guys was. I just joined a line of guys. And the guy who was calling the roll off, well, he never noticed that. He never called my name, and I never said anything. I learned one thing in the military: don't bother until nothing. They don't say nothing, you don't say nothing.
Wow.
So when I answered the roll call, the next thing I know, hey, everybody started scattering. So I just scattered, just got lost in the crowd. So that went on for about 3 weeks or so.
Wow.
And finally, I was down below one time. They was having a drill. And so some mean-looking chief come down there, hey, what are you doing now? Where your battle station at? I don't have one. You don't have one? How long you been on this ship? I said, 3 weeks. So he tells me, well, we got to find somebody to do it. So he goes and takes me to meet some first class, I guess. Hey, this guy don't have a battle station. Yeah, he got nothing to do. When he get over 3 weeks, what are you trained for? Nothing. So I didn't know anything. If you don't train in port, before you go out to sea, once you go out to sea, you ain't gonna touch nothing on there.
Okay.
So I basically, he said, well, I say, be security. I had a pretty good, I think I had a pretty good marksman when I was in basic training. So anyway, they said, hey, you're pretty good. I see you did. You're a pretty good marksman. So they say, you be security. You walk the deck of this ship, you can 4 hours. So that's what I did. Once we go out to sea, you don't need anybody to watch the deck because you're out at sea.
Sure.
Then I did bridge watches.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you spent your first 3 weeks on USS Kidd just hiding, basically.
Yeah,
kind of like, cool, I'm here, I work here, and then going away with it.
Yeah.
And then afterwards they said, we have no idea what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, right.
Here's a rifle, your security.
Yes, yeah.
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I was also told before we got down here, and there's a reason we're standing where we're at. That's you in this picture, right?
Yeah, that young guy. Please say that.
Sure. This young man is in front of what it looks like an Essex class aircraft carrier. What were you doing?
Well, we was getting ready to refuel. taking on ammunition and food.
Okay.
Yeah, we did our wall mock shopping out at sea. We pulled side of a big ship, carried a small ship like the Kidd had nothing to give us because we run out of food. That's one thing on one of the small ships like here. We had 280 men on there.
Sure.
Yeah, 15 officers and 12 chiefs. So you had to take on a lot of food. You know, most of those guys was chow hounds. So we would put them on there, and we would high line. They would throw a monkey fist over, and we would bring big old bucks of food. We would bring over there, and then take on our food and take ammunition.
Wow. And so, seeing as you have a very interesting story on USS Kidd, what would you say is the most like fascinating part of that ship, like in terms of just being a destroyer, a Fletcher class destroyer in the U.S. Navy?
Well, that thing, hey, that's a good ship to be on. That thing would really throw out some fire. You know, if you see one of those drills on there, we used to shoot at sleeves all the time. They would shoot at sleeves all the time, and basically they would tear them sleeves up. That thing was pretty accurate. Yeah, those 5 millimeter guns.
All right, welcome back. So Leroy Jenkins is an incredible story. The name is very much embedded in the gaming culture. So we appreciate him spending time and chatting with us here, and definitely thank you for your service, Sir Leroy. Somebody said that it the video may have cut off. It wasn't intentional. I look like it finished on my side of things, but next up we have a really special partnership with USNI, and we're actually going to hear from the CEO of USNI. So let's go ahead and roll that USNI video.
Greetings from Annapolis. I'm Vice Admiral Retired Pete Daly, CEO and publisher of the U.S. Naval Institute. Thank you for joining us for this special 75th anniversary Fleet Week event commemorating the end of World War II. I would like to thank Wargaming and World of Warships for putting on this event and for including the Naval Institute. First, a little bit about who we are. Founded in 1873, the Naval Institute is the independent forum for the sea services. We are a nonprofit membership organization. We publish 2 prestigious magazines. Proceedings Magazine is the heart of our open forum, and we publish our award-winning bi-monthly Naval History magazine. Our daily news service, USNI News, is growing every day. The Naval Institute Press and its imprint, Dead Reckoning, strive to produce the highest quality books and graphic novels focusing on naval and military history. Our publishing efforts draw from our extensive photo archive. Also, the Naval Institute's expanding with the construction of the Jack C. Taylor Center. Opening in early 2021, we hope to host a World of Warships event of our own in the future right here on the grounds of the U.S. Naval Academy. For more information on the Naval Institute, the Naval Institute Press, and how to become a member, please see usni.org for details. In October 2019, the Naval Institute officially went full ahead with World of Warships. We wanted to partner with Wargaming and World of Warships because we could see through their in-game models, the Naval Legends series, and their commitment to museum ships that this was a group devoted to history who deserved our attention and resources. Through this partnership, we strive to provide historical context to the ships and events you see in the game. And I trust most of you have seen the articles and photo collections that have been published on the World of Warships site. Keep an eye on the website and the portal in the future as we continue to deliver great historical content. Furthermore, the Naval Institute Press is happy to announce that due to your support, the Friedman Illustrated U.S. Warships series has been reprinted. U.S. Cruisers now features one of my favorite ships on the cover, USS Worcester CL-144. You should all know her well. So thank you to this community of wargamers and history enthusiasts alike. It's because of you and that the interest in naval history is alive and well. We hope to continue to evolve our offerings to meet the needs of this audience even more and help preserve history both for current and future generations. This is the common mission we share with Wargaming and World of Warships. And from all of us here at the Naval Institute on the grounds of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, thank you for joining us here today. Greetings from Annapolis. I'm Vice Admiral Retired Pete Daly.
All right, and we're back, and thank you so much from Admiral Daly. Looks like we got some looping going on, but that's okay. We want you all to see Admiral Daly multiple times. We have a great relationship with USNI, as was mentioned there. So next up on our agenda, we've talked about carriers, we've talked about destroyers, we've talked battleships, we've talked cruisers. Well, let's now talk about aircraft. Let's talk aircraft. And so next up, the team at World of Warships put together a really amazing in-game air show that really just shows off the cool kind of functionality of aircraft in World of Warships and within the Navy. But Jeff, I'd love to hear your opinion. Why, historically, what's the purpose for air shows, and why do you think the military is focused on putting together these kind of show teams to show off the aircraft?
Well, I mean, Nimitz had the idea of the Blue Angels right after World War II as a way of kind of cementing the importance of aviation and to sort of beat back any post-war challenges from battleship admirals. But when you're looking at a bigger picture, I think air shows serve the same purpose as a Fleet Week. I mean, Fleet Week is a place where civilians and uniformed military commune. The ships will land at a city, and the crews will go ashore, and the locals will go aboard the ship and kind of look around. And you see in this great republic of ours, where we see this mixing of the civilians and the military force, and that a lot of the mystery is dissolved, and we kind of come together as a people. And I think the air shows have the same function, to sort of showcase the military platforms and show that they're sort of knit into the fabric of American society.
Yeah, I know it's. I always have a great time going out to air shows, and I've taken my son out to them before. And outside of the noise, just seeing these aircraft, within inches of each other is incredible. So, without further ado, let's take an awesome look at the World of Warships air show. life. All right, so that was kind of amazing, seeing an air show inside of World of Warships for the first time. So the team that put that together did a heck of a job. It's really cool seeing that, and yeah, it's just fun to watch. So we talked a little bit, Jeff, about aircraft's impact, and we've talked about aircraft carriers. We've talked about these shows of functionality and versatility. But let's talk about the aircraft themselves. What would you say, in your opinion, is the aircraft from World War II that really kind of helped turn the tides of air battle and air power?
Well, I mean, when you kind of have you've got to look at the heavy bombers that were so important in the destruction of Germany's industrial resources and Japan's resources, obviously. But when we're talking about the carrier war, I mean, you're looking at the Hellcat and the Corsair that really turned the tide. Early in the first campaigns in World War II in the Pacific, the carriers had the Wildcat, the Grumman Wildcat, which was outclassed by the Mitsubishi Zero, which was faster, had a faster climb rate, and could just sort of fly circles around the Wildcat. And so the Wildcat pilots found themselves undertaking all kinds of desperate, countermeasures like the thatch weave, this ingenious improvisation where they would fly in a formation to defeat the more maneuverable Zero. So what they really needed was a faster, more powerful fighter, and that's what they got with the Hellcat and with the Corsair. And these two are just absolutely, demons on this naval battlefield, where the Hellcat has something like a 19-to-1 kill ratio versus Japanese aircraft, and the Corsair has a similar kill ratio, where you look at the Wildcat as a 6-to-1 kill ratio. So it just meant that they could basically defeat any Japanese attempts to penetrate the air screen around these task groups and get in on the carriers and the big capital ships.
Yeah, and they were relatively, well, I say relatively cheap to produce. The F-6F Hellcats were about $35,000 to produce in 1945. That's a pretty big chunk of money, but there was a lot of them, being produced, especially against like you mentioned, the Mitsubishi aircraft. And we'd heard from Captain Batterson earlier, who was an F-6F Hellcat pilot during World War II. Now, you mentioned the raining down of hell on the German industrial complex. What would you say is the most pivotal point in air power or air battles that turned the war around for the Allies, where aircraft were involved?
Well, obviously the Battle of Midway in '42, but then really the end for the Japanese is the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot in June '44, when they detect a big Japanese fleet trying to ambush the American carrier groups that are assisting in the attack on the island of Saipan. And they detect them from far off, and they launch aircraft, and they basically, they knock down something like 600 Japanese aircraft. And this is a time when Japan has run through all of its trained and experienced pilots, and they're barely making it with lightly trained pilots. And the elimination of this kind of a cohort means that there's really going to be nothing left. And you mentioned the relative low cost of the Hellcat, and it fit with Roy Grumman, the designer's philosophy: make it strong, make it simple, make it work. All of his aircraft, you make it strong, make it simple, make it work. And the Hellcat was such a plane, beloved by its pilots. It was specifically designed so that these new ensigns, the famous 200-hour farm boys, as they were called, guys with just 200 hours of flight training, could get in the cockpit and take on enemy pilots. And it was phenomenal at that, as was the Corsair.
Yeah, and it's something else that aircraft, I think, brought to the Navy and to the war was the aerial reconnaissance. It gave a really unique opportunity for getting a bird's eye view of troop movement, of understanding the landscape of the battle. And I think it was somewhere between 1935, 1945 that really there was this huge transformation of aerial reconnaissance that kind of took place and started helping really kind of feed that information back. So it validates the need for aircraft to continue to grow. So again,
and before that, aircraft really, they kind of took it in a permanent place on the battlefield in World War I, because the great advances made in 1917, 1918 are because of aerial reconnaissance of the battlefield, directing artillery fire onto the key areas to allow the infantry to go forward without the casualties you had in 1914-15.
Yeah, so that's actually a really good point. Is it kind of shifted from giving in real-time information and being able to help put warheads on foreheads from a protected position to now being able to prepare and see where troops are at ahead of time. So, and then obviously, V-Day and the airborne infantry. So, yeah, aircrafter. I love aircraft. I would love to fly. So the air show is an awesome part of this whole show, and we have some great partners, as we mentioned, with aircraft carriers, museum ships. So next we're going to hear from USS Intrepid, some veterans aboard USS Intrepid, as well as some of the staff aboard USS Intrepid. And then we'll go and we'll talk about a few other ships, hear from a few more of our service members, and wrap up the show. So let's go ahead and roll into that, sir.
Well, when I finally saw the Intrepid, I was just so overwhelmed, standing on the dock and looking up at this big, mighty ship. My buddy Smitty and I, we climbed aboard. We got lost for the first day, never knew which way was fore or aft after you got down below decks, and just fell in love with this ship. Love on first sight.
I was used to listen to it, and you'd have earphones with two phones with two different jacks, so you could hear two different things at once. So I'd listen to what I was supposed to on one earphone and put Tokyo Rose or somebody on the other where you get music. And when a communication officer came running into the bridge one day and took the earphones off my head and put them on his, and he wanted to hear something that was coming important. So I stood there and he goes, "What the is this?" I says, "It's radio, it's music, sir." He says, "Well, you're not supposed to listen to music. I'm going to put you on report." And the captain's cabin was right beside it. He heard the noise going. I said, "What's going on?" And he says, "I'm going to put this man on report. He was listening to music." I said, and the captain said, "Oh, he was?" He says, "Yeah." And he says, "What else was he doing?" He says, "Well, he's on the TBS." And he says, "Well, was he taking the messages?" He says, "Yeah, he had a phone for them." He says, "Well, he was doing his duty, wasn't he?" He says, "Yeah." "And he likes music?" "That's great." He said, "Well, I think he should go on report." The captain says, "If anybody's going to go on report, it's you for making so much noise on the bridge." So, and that was Captain Sprague, who was the greatest guy in the world. So, and I got out of that okay.
On our way to training in the Caribbean when we left the yard, and training in preparation for our deployment, we obtained a full-size female dummy from one of the drug companies to practice, have everybody practice CPR on. Not only the corpsmen, but the repair parties and others on the ship. And one day I went up to the commanding officer. I said, "You know, we have a woman on board." And I think he looked at first rather shocked and serious. And then I explained to him the situation and what it was. And I said, I don't remember who suggested it, but with his approval, the captain's approval, we took the dummy up to the captain's chair on the starboard side of the bridge, where he would sit when we were having a replenishment with an oiler. And we put her in the chair, propped her up so that the dummy would be very visible from the ship alongside us. And they have a radio communication between us and the ship alongside. And we had somebody try to imitate a female voice and said, "Hi, how you all doing over there?" And I still remember the reaction of the crewmen on the oiler. They all rushed to the side facing us and pointed and laughed and cheered. And our pseudo-female person said, my name is Mary, and I'm having such a great time with all my shipmates on Intrepid. And it got a big laugh from everybody on our bridge as well as on the ship alongside.
The 25th of November, and that was the day that we were hit by 2 kamikazes. And again, old Taylor and Charlie here, I'm sitting on the deck when we get under attack. In fact, they started maneuvering. And I told my gunner, point that gun up. And I don't know, it was probably in a lock, so it wouldn't fire on the ground anyway. But we didn't appreciate that, but there's nothing we could do. We sit there, and I guess I'm not sure whether there was another airplane or not, but I know that I was there. And then they finally got into the wind, and we took off. So we were still inside of the ship when the kamikaze hit, the first one. So we went on to an area where they said there were 3 mine layers. When we got there was only 2. So we made our run on the 1 mine layer, and again we'd peel off as we circled it. And when my turn came, I would be coming in to ship this way and fore and aft, thwartships. So instead of going down, I stayed up there so that I could make a run fore and aft on that ship. And again, that's not one of the things we're supposed to do, but I did it. And I felt I was on. So I went a little bit lower, and we had lost our first airplane over Palau where he went too low and the bomb blew him up. So we were aware of that, but nevertheless, I still went down a little lower. And as I pulled out, my gunner yelled, "We got him." And I turned and I could see as I have in that picture, the bow going down, stern going down, and the middle in flame. And what I could see was the flame about 1,500 feet in the air as that went down. So that's what I got my DFC for.
Hi, my name is Eric Baim, Curator of Aviation at the Intrepid Sea, Air and Space Museum, and today we are visiting our friends at the New England Air Museum in Windsor Locks, Connecticut, to take a look at one of the iconic aircraft of World War II, the Vought F-4U Corsair. The Corsair was a carrier-based fighter and ground support aircraft for the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. The Corsair combined the most powerful engine of the day with some of the truly unique design features. The first prototype was flown on May 29, 1940. Corsairs flew from the Intrepid during World War II as both a fighter and a fighter bomber. Possibly the most distinctive feature of the Corsair was its inverted gull wing design. The wing was mounted low on the fuselage, and this contributed to the performance of the design in different ways. First of all, essential for storage aboard the ship, the wings had to fold. Also, the struts had to offer ground clearance for the large propeller that is mounted on that 2,000 horsepower radial engine up front. Most importantly, the struts also needed to be strong to withstand the sudden impact of arrested carrier landings. To accommodate a folding wing, the main landing gear ideally had to retract to the rear with the wheels rotating approximately 90 degrees and flat relative to the wing. The solution to all these problems was the inverted gull wing. This angled down or anhedral wing center section permitted the wing and fuselage to meet at the optimum angle for minimizing airframe drag. Placing the gear struts here at the lower apex of the wing geometry permitted a shorter length, allowing the struts to fit up inside the wing when retracted. These stout, short struts were well suited for the hard carrier deck landings while still providing clearance for that massive 13-foot diameter prop. Corsairs had this very long nose to facilitate a large, self-sealing fuel tank in front of the cockpit. This initially made carrier operations difficult because it inhibits the pilot's view over the nose when landing. Thanks to the British Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm, an improved landing technique was developed, and the Corsair proved to be an excellent carrier-borne weapon. On 16 April 1945, Corsair pilots of VF-10, flying from the Intrepid, repelled a large group of Japanese kamikaze airplanes that were about to attack the fleet. Ensign Alfred Lurch got 7 of them. Lieutenant Phil Kirkwood bagged 6, and 2 other pilots from the unit claimed 4 each. By the end of the day, the squadron confirmed 29 of the attackers shot down. Corsairs were very capable and saw service not only in the Pacific during World War II, but also during the Korean War from 1950 to 1953. Corsairs continued to serve in the reserves as well as in foreign air forces, some into the 1970s. The last time the Corsair was used in actual combat was in 1969 during the so-called Football War between Honduras and El Salvador. It's interesting to note that both nations flew variants of the Corsair. We would like to thank the staff at the New England Air Museum for sharing their incredible collection with us, especially this magnificent example of the F4U Corsair. For more information about the New England Air Museum, visit neam.org, and for more behind-the-scenes videos, visit intrepidmuseum.org. Eric Boehm here, Curator of Aviation at the Intrepid Sea, Air and Space Museum. And today we are visiting friends at the New England Air Museum in Windsor Locks, Connecticut to take a look at one of the more important aircraft types of World War II, the Grumman F-6F Hellcat. In the early stages of World War II in the Pacific Theater, the frontline U.S. fighter was the Grumman F-4F Wildcat. In capable hands, it fared well against the Japanese Zero fighter. But if the tide of the war was going to change, the U.S. needed something better. Grumman designers studied the performance of the Zero and the tactics of the Japanese aviators. They also listened to the pilots who flew the Wildcat and their recommendations for improvements. The Hellcat was the result. It was faster than the Zero, but the Japanese fighter could outturn it at slower speeds. The big difference was the durability of the Hellcat. It had armor plating to protect the pilot and critical systems, and it also had self-sealing fuel tanks. The Zero lacked all these protective features, and Hellcat pilots, using tactics that capitalized on their advantages, bested the Japanese fighters more often than not. The Hellcat design was pretty straightforward. It relied on a powerful Pratt & Whitney R2800 radial engine for its superior speed and altitude performance. It had the now classic Grumman folding wing design, where the wings pivoted, folding against the fuselage, making it compact for below-deck storage. Hellcats could carry an external fuel tank under the centerline, extending their range, and there were hardpoints on the inner wings for almost 2,000 pounds of bombs and rockets. Night fighter versions had a radar carried in a pod on the wing. These proved highly successful against Japanese raiders hoping to hide in the darkness. There was even a reconnaissance version that was fitted with cameras. Both the night fighter and photo recon versions served on Intrepid alongside the conventional Hellcats. A total of 305 Navy aviators became aces flying the Hellcat. Aces are pilots that score 5 or more air-to-air victories. Intrepid had its share of Hellcat aces. Alexander Vrashu became an ace while briefly serving with VF-6 on Intrepid in early 1944. Cecil Harris scored 23 of his total wartime count of 24 victories while serving with VF-18 aboard Intrepid later in 1944. Another VF-18 pilot, Charles Mallory, led 5 other Hellcats in an attack against 24 Japanese airplanes. He shot 5 of them down himself that day. About 22 Hellcats still exist today, and that's from a production run of 12,275. The Intrepid Museum hopes to add a Hellcat to our collection someday. We'd like to thank the staff at the New England Air Museum for sharing their incredible collection with us once again, and especially this rare example of the F6F Hellcat. For more information about the New England Air Museum, visit neam.org, and for more behind-the-scenes videos, visit intrepidmuseum.org.
All right, we have some fantastic friends over at Intrepid. All right, we have some fantastic. If you're in New York, I would definitely recommend stopping by and seeing that ship. I did have the opportunity the last time I was in New York. Jeff, have you been aboard Intrepid?
I have.
It's evolved. It's now a space museum as well. I believe they have one of the space shuttles there, or at least they did for a while.
Yeah, there's always they're always trying to make it more interesting, but the ship itself is incredibly interesting. All the developments that it showcased in the naval war in the Pacific. I mean, this is basically all of our pre-Essex class carriers have been wiped out when the Essex class was put to sea. And they were just incredible powerhouses. They carried 5 squadrons of aircraft. They carried huge stores of aviation fuel. They had a good defensive armament. They were well protected. So that's why these things were in service till 1991. I mean, it's just an incredibly forward-looking platform for its time.
Yeah, it is incredible, and carriers as a whole are just super incredible war machines. What would you say, with Intrepid's history, what would you say is the most pivotal battle that Intrepid, or a pivotal part that Intrepid played in the war?
Well, I mean, it was involved in so many battles in the Pacific. I think most telling is that it was nearly destroyed, 5 times. It was hit 4 times by kamikazes. It was hit once by a Japanese torpedo plane, I think near Truk Lagoon. But that points again to the durability of these ships. Not one, these carriers, the Essex class, not one of them was sunk in the entire course of the war. That's how durable they were, and the Intrepid was no exception to this. So they could withstand take a real beating, and they were always escorted and had a lot of defensive fire around them for surface opponents, but also for air attacks coming in.
Yeah, it is incredible the way that they're designed with watertight integrity and being able to cut off one compartment from the other and have that flooded and still have buoyancy. So it is incredible. And so a huge shout out to our friends at Intrepid and all of the partners that we've had this evening. I know we're running a little bit late. Just a couple other things that we want to talk about. So not only were there a lot of U.S. naval forces that took part and played a huge role in World War II, but we also had Allied ships that participated in the fights. And so the next videos, I believe we have 2 more videos that are going to go over our Allied ships. And after this, I'll give you guys just a quick summary of what's left here. So we'll go into our next 2 videos of our Allied ships. When we come back from that, we'll talk about a few other things. Wounded Warrior Project. We're super close to that 5,000 mark, so let's try and get us pushed over there. We'll come back and hear from one other veteran, and then wrap up the evening. So let's go ahead and do you have any? Actually, before we do, Jeff, are there any other things that you want to talk about with Intrepid or carriers?
Well, just that you asked what was its most important engagement. Obviously, the Battle of Leyte Gulf. It played a key role there, and because of its near destruction on 5 different occasions, it was its nickname was the Fighting Eye. Eye as in Intrepid. But it was also, one of its nicknames was the Dry Eye, because it was in dry dock so much because of these constant these constant hits from kamikaze pilots and Japanese torpedoes, also known as the USS Decrepit because of its constant voyages to dry dock for repair. But this was a real workhorse of the Pacific Fleet and another key to American success in the Pacific in World War II.
It was very intrepid.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes.
I have been lacking on my dad jokes, so I apologize to everybody that came in with those expectations. All right, well let's now hear from our allied allies is what I was about to say. Our allied friends and some of the parts that they played in the war.
Great Britain's navy was always the foundation of their empire's prosperity and might. The country repeatedly confirmed its title Mistress of the Seas, both in their brilliant victories and leading role in the world's shipbuilding advancement. Without any exaggeration, we can admit that the Royal Navy has long served as an example of combat organization, naval strategy implementation, and equipment. Many nations have borrowed British achievements as the basis for creating their own navies.
Two Grom-class destroyers, which were designed and built in Great Britain for the Polish Navy, were among the most powerful destroyers in Europe, and even in the world in terms of their anti-aircraft armament at the time they entered service in 1937. They could gain high speeds of up to 39.5 knots and had powerful artillery. The destroyers were inferior only to the latest leading French ships of that time, which were an intermediate ship type between cruisers and destroyers. The Tribal-class destroyers, one of which was Cossack, were designed by the British in response to large foreign Navy destroyers with more than 1,500 tons of displacement that had noticeably surpassed standard English destroyers in terms of their armament. The Tribal-class destroyers, with their standard displacement of 1,960 tons, had a yacht stem instead of a usual straight stem and more powerful propulsion. The destroyers stood out among all British destroyers by their usage of coupled 120mm mounts that allowed their number of barrels and firepower to be doubled respectively.
If the Royal Navy was the basis of the British Empire's prosperity, then cruisers formed the core of that navy. These protectors of British naval trade communications served along the vitally important routes and demonstrated the Crown's might across almost all the world's seas and oceans. Due to the tasks they performed, British cruisers conventionally stood out by their good seakeeping characteristics, strong armament, long cruising ranges, and high levels of sea endurance. International interwar treaties led to the emergence of new generation light cruisers in the Royal Navy. These cruisers were developed after World War II broke out.
The appearance of the Fiji-class cruisers was indebted to the cruiser displacement limit of 8,000 tons, specified by the London Treaty, as well as the Mogami-class cruisers built by the Japanese. The Fiji-class cruisers represented by design a greatly reworked version of the previous Southampton-class cruisers. Thanks to the more dense allocation of the ship's elements, the naval engineers managed to shorten the ship's hull more than by 10 meters, while a decrease in propulsion power and thinner armor allowed them to preserve the same level of armament that the previous ship class had. The Edinburgh-class light cruisers represented an attempt of British naval engineers to create ships that would be on par with US Brooklyn and Japanese Mogami. Edinburgh and Belfast were related to the third town-class cruisers, and their main battery guns were the same, but they had thicker armour, the parameters of which were among the best in the world for light cruisers. They also had enhanced AA defences.
During the interwar years, Great Britain strove to lead the naval arms race at all costs. The London Treaty of 1936 set a limitation of 35,000 tons on battleship displacement and 356mm for gun caliber. However, when Japan cancelled their participation in the international naval treaties, it led to all the naval superpowers starting to design battleships armed with artillery of calibers between 380 and 406 millimeters. By the end of the 1930s, only the British had remained loyal to the treaty limitations. In 1936, after almost an 11-year break, the British Parliament approved construction of a battleship from a new project with a displacement of around 35,000 tons and 356mm main battery guns.
Battlecruiser Hood was the pride and beauty of the British Navy. When the ship entered service in 1920, she was the most advanced warship in the world. She had powerful armament, thick armor, and was capable of high speeds. Overall, the ship's characteristics embodied a ship type that would be called a fast battleship at the end of the 1930s. The King George V class battleships were the first British battleships to be designed after the battleship break in the middle of the 1930s. In terms of some of their characteristics, they were slightly inferior to the new battleships of other countries. For example, the speed of King George V was 28 knots versus a speed of 30 knots that the new French and US ships were capable of. Nevertheless, the 5 built ships of that class stood out by their thick armour and powerful artillery. They represented the main firepower of the British Navy during World War II.
Opinions regarding deck aviation were controversial in Britain in the interwar period. The controversy was caused by the fact that aviation was seen as part of the Air Force, not the Navy. However, Britain became the first country to build specialized aircraft carriers and reconstruct battlecruisers into carriers. In 1935, the English laid down the advanced Ark Royal, which greatly influenced the further evolution of carrier architecture. In 1937, they managed to lay down 4 Illustrious-class aircraft carriers. By the time World War II broke out, Great Britain had 7 aircraft carriers in the Navy and 6 more were under construction.
The emergence of the Illustrious class carriers marked the beginning of a new stage of evolution for carriers. They became the first world's carriers with a fully armoured flight deck, and that set an example for all further British heavy aircraft carriers. The hangars were also protected with armour, but the enhanced armour led to a reduction in the number of squadrons, half of that of Ark Royal. At the time when Indomitable entered service in 1941, she carried 48 aircraft on board. The Implacable class carriers are considered to be the 3rd series of the previous Illustrious class. That's how clear their succession is. However, the new class was different from the preceding class in terms of the increased hull dimensions and a 2-level hangar. Thanks to that, Implacable could carry up to 73 aircraft. In order to keep displacement under 23,000 tons and her speed around 32 knots, the armour of the hangar deck traverses and magazines were made thinner.
The development of the French shipbuilding industry was affected by 3 main factors in the interwar period. First, the German Navy was shackled by the Treaty of Versailles, and it didn't pose any serious threat. Second, France mainly needed cruisers and destroyers to oppose a new potential enemy in the Mediterranean, Italy, which was the primary influence on French design at that time. The third factor was money. When distributing their military budget, the government favoured the development of land forces and didn't pay much attention to the needs of their navy. Nevertheless, in the beginning of the 1930s, the entire world was already talking about the new French ships. The French solemnly observed the limitations of international treaties and created some truly outstanding ships that featured a multitude of cutting-edge design solutions. The development of French naval light forces in the 1930s was marked by the emergence of a unique ship type that was classified by the French as a large destroyer, contre-torpilleur. They were close to the leaders or small cruisers of the World War I era. These ships were built to perform reconnaissance tasks, fight against enemy light forces, and attack battleships with torpedoes.
Le Fantasque is justly considered to be the pinnacle of the French large destroyer type. The project combined speed and firepower with reasonable displacement. The main difference in contrast to the previous series was a new 138mm gun, the effective rate of fire of which could reach 12 shots per minute. As a result, the weight of the Le Fantasque class destroyer salvo was twice as heavy as that of a standard British destroyer of that time. Le Terrible achieved a maximum speed of 45 knots during tests. This speed record for destroyers hasn't been beaten since. The two Mogador-class large destroyers were the logical conclusion of that type's evolution in the French Navy as they shifted even closer to light cruisers. The specific feature of the project was the placement of their main battery guns in twin turrets. Compared to the Le Fantasque-class ships, the number of guns increased almost by 2/3, while their displacement increased by just 20%. Thanks to their new propulsion, it took just 5 to 7 minutes for the ships to accelerate from 14 to 35 knots, while the large destroyers of previous series needed around 20 minutes to achieve the same speed.
The development of cruisers in France in the 1930s was also defined by the nation's rivalry with Italy in the Mediterranean. The cruiser fever that had spread among all the world's leading superpowers didn't pass by France. After France had passed the stage of treaty cruisers that didn't always have balanced main combat characteristics, by the second half of the 1930s, the French designers had drawn on their previous experience to create a series of great ships that featured many advanced solutions at that time.
The La Galissonière class cruisers were primarily developed versions of the previous Émile Bertin ships, with a series of upgrades that were designed to improve their protection. These ships were built to oppose the emerging Italian cruisers, the Raimondo Montecuculi and Okuda Oster classes, which had armor belts. The improved armor theoretically resulted in a reduced speed of 31 knots, but all the cruisers exceeded that and achieved speeds of up to 35.5 knots during trials. In terms of all of their characteristics, the La Galissonière cruisers represented an almost perfect pre-war light cruiser. The project of the last French heavy cruiser was developed to oppose the well-protected Italian Zara-class cruisers. This is why the French designers introduced a series of drastic innovations so that the new ship would be different from her predecessors, both in terms of her appearance and performance characteristics. The most considerable difference was that her armor and torpedo protection were greatly improved. Algerie was considered to be the best ship of her type in Europe and was one of the best Washington Treaty cruisers in the world. She heavily influenced the German Admiral Hipper-class heavy cruisers that were built later, but Algerie still surpassed them in terms of firepower.
In the 1930s, the process of designing and building battleships could be called a fine art to some extent. This is because in order to create an exceptional modern and powerful ship that would set a leading example, with its characteristics both comforting to treaty limitations and satisfying naval needs, brilliant mastery was required. The French shipbuilders coped with that task very successfully and designed one of the best ships at that time under the conditions of significant cost-cutting.
Dunkirk was created to fight against the German pocket battleships of the Deutschland class, and her displacement was quite moderate for a battleship, even in terms of treaty limitations. To provide sufficient armor thickness to withstand 283mm shells, the designers shortened the length of the armored citadel by placing both turrets with 330mm guns on the bow. Each of the turrets held 4 guns to save space. The placement of the main guns allowed the hull to be shaped in an optimal way, which in turn allowed the ship to reach high speeds of up to 30 knots, despite not having particularly powerful propulsion. While designing Richelieu, the French tried to draw on their experience of building the Dunkirk-class ships to the fullest. That explains the battleship's shared layout, with both quadruple turrets housing 380mm guns placed at the bow. As a result, the ship turned out to be not only the most innovative, but also one of the most successful ships among the so-called treaty battleships that were laid down by the superpowers after a break in the second half of the 1930s. The daring solutions that were used on Richelieu proved to be effective. The ship had boilers of a totally new type that provided greater weight economy, more power, and a speed of 31 knots, while the ship's torpedo protection was the best in the world.
All right. Well, we're back here, and we're in our home stretch here. So we didn't win the war alone. Well, I'm talking again to myself because that's cool. So sorry about that. Echoes over. So we didn't win the war alone. We had a lot of really awesome allies, and we just saw some of the Great Britain ships as well as the French ships. I'd love to hear, Jeff, your thoughts on Allied powers and Allied naval powers.
Well, I mean, the production miracle in the United States during World War II means that, in a way, we did win the war alone, in the sense that we sent inflation-adjusted $1 trillion of aid to the Soviet Union to keep the Soviet army equipped and fed and mechanized for the duration of the war after the German invasion. And the heavy lifting in all theaters was done by oftentimes there were British troops involved, but there was a lot of American equipment that was involved in this as well. But what this segment showed me more than anything was the intense rivalry in these European navies between the wars, where they were looking at the various naval treaties, 1922, 1930, 1936, all of which had established limits on tonnage, and they were trying to figure out how do we get the most bang for the buck given the limits set. And then in 1936, Japan withdraws from the naval treaties, and then all bets are off. Everybody feels comfortable building more. That being said, everyone had financial constraints. In the United States, Congress was isolationist, anti-war, passed neutrality acts, didn't want to be involved, was content to defend the United States and have a serious fleet that would defend against invaders. But in Europe, they were really measuring themselves against each other. So you see in the French example, they're looking at what the Germans are building, what the Italians are building, and they're trying to build ships in each class that will match what the other has. And the British, this is the last gasp for the British Empire. They're building this all-purpose navy with carriers, battleships, light and heavy cruisers, destroyers, all very high quality to defend this massive empire in every hemisphere. And so, yes, this was absolutely the last gasp of the European empires before the onset of the Cold War and the rise of the two superpowers.
Yeah, there's just a lot to digest in that, and I think the thing that really is super vital to what you had mentioned is that the amount of support that when the U.S. came into the war, and the efforts that the Navy brought into that, and there was a lot of amazing naval ships. I know when I was in the service, the French carrier was pulled up next to us on the pier, and it was such a different ship to see, and so it was an incredible time to see the naval forces come together in that. So we super appreciate your knowledge and sharing everything with us. We have one last segment here for the night before we end, and we are a little bit over time. So I do want to talk just a couple of quick things. We are at $4,821 of our goal for 22,000 this evening. I don't think we're gonna hit that goal. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody's gonna come in last minute. But let's see if we can break that 5K goal, guys. So let's get those donations still rolling out there. If we can get those links dropped in chat. We're also dropping a few different surveys. So Verizon is asked for some feedback. So if you are a Verizon customer or feel the desire, and I would appreciate you filling out the survey. We also have our survey for the stream. Give us feedback on the stream. Let us know how things went, and we'll talk about all of that here in just a few minutes as we wrap up. But next, we're going to hear from our final segment of the night from our operations manager. He also runs our Wounded Warrior project. Our super testing program. I can talk tonight. It's been a long night. So let's hear now from Marine Corps veteran Gun Eisenhower 13.
And if I read some of the comments first?
Oh yeah, no worries. Right before you do that, I do want to say early happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps. That birthday's hitting tomorrow, I believe. So happy birthday to all of our Marine Corps friends out there. And let's hear some of the donations.
Semper Fi Marines. $20 donation from an anonymous donor. My dad served and lost a cousin. Thank you to all servicemen and women. Lightning Blitz 01 $20. Anything for the vets. Doc Zoidberg $20. Thank you for your service. Psycho Maniac $50. We are never alone. Veteran suicide awareness and HAPA rigged, of course. Tio Rico $108.85. Worthy cause for Navy Week and Veterans Day. Visit a veteran on Wednesday for a gravesite, please. GB with Wings $50. Thank you to all those who served and sacrificed so much for our freedom, indeed. And we are at $48,021 in our goal of $22,000 for the first week of this campaign.
And so this somebody had mentioned that tracker at the top is a little light. That is going to be running until December. I don't remember the date now. So as we roll into this last, also the thank you for all of our military veterans worldwide for your service. Veterans Day here in the U.S. is coming up in 2 days, and so thank you to everybody who has served. And let's now hear from Gun Eisenhower 13.
Gun Eisenhower 13 here with the World of Warships team. I am the operations manager. Well, what does operations manager do? Well, I make sure that in-game events and contests run smoothly. I also help design some of these cool in-game events as well and missions. One of my favorite ships to play is the Fletcher. It's a tier 9. It's got lots of torpedoes and guns, and who doesn't like torpedoes and guns? Another thing that I do with the World of Warships team is I am the super test manager for North America. So everything that makes it into the game that's new, I make sure that clears all our content checks and it tests out A-OK before you load into battle with it so it doesn't blow up in your face. I also help out with the recruitment too. So I look for any fine players that want to join the super test program. So if you think that you're up for a bunch of testing and trying out cool new things, check us out. I spent about 6 years in the Marine Corps. I joined up right out of high school, and I started off in the infantry and virtually worked my way up and became a legal investigator. On behalf of all of our veteran players out there, I wanted to extend a happy Veterans Day to all you guys. Semper Fidelis, always faithful, my friends. Thank you for your service. Ahoy, Fleet. Gun Eisenhower 13 here. Thank you for your service.
Appreciate all of the work
Ahoy,
that Gun
Fleet. Gun Eisenhower
Eisenhower does
13
for us.
here.
He's
Thank you for
an
your service.
awesome human being.
all of the work that Gun Eisenhower
Love him to death. Appreciate all of the hard work he does. And so that wraps up our show. That is the end of our show. Apparently there's an echo. I'm not sure. So we want to thank, gosh, this is probably going to take the longest part. First, Dr. Jeff Warrow, I got it right. Took me 4 hours. Dr. Jeff Warrow, and the History Channel for coming out and supporting us. Jeff, you've been an absolutely amazing host this evening, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us.
Thank you, Tim. It was great. Good fun.
Everybody
contribute.
There, yeah, absolutely. So again, fantastic. The knowledge that you bring, amazing. You know, we didn't get to talk a lot about what you do, but you're also an author. Sons of Freedom is a book that you and I were speaking about offline, which you can see behind Jeff there on there. professor of military history at University of North Texas, and director of the Military History Center at University of North Texas. Renowned host from the History Channel, author, all around amazing person. So thank you so much for joining us, Jeff.
Thanks, Tim. Great job tonight.
You as well. Thank you. And a huge shout out to our friends at Verizon. I keep saying Verizon Wireless. Verizon for helping us with this and sponsoring and helping us bring Jeff's knowledge to the stream. A huge shout out to the Wounded Warrior Project. We're almost there. We have $109.99 to go. I think we can get over there. We can break that before I get done talking. We're dropping a bunch of surveys and a bunch of information in chat. Do me a favor, spend a few minutes, take those surveys, give us feedback. One of those surveys is going to go directly to us to let us know what you thought about the show. Let us know what you think about future shows. We're also going to be dropping the signups for our Verizon Branches Challenge that'll be taking place next month. Please take some time, sign up, share that with your veterans, share that with your friends. U.S. veterans and active duty service members are welcome to sign up. And one thing we didn't talk about is what they're actually going to be fighting for. They're actually going to be fighting for a big chunk of money to donate to their favorite charity. So we'll have the branches fight the branches. There was a little mix-up on the survey that has been fixed. So Coast Guard, National Guard, you're represented in the survey now. Feel free to sign up for that. Again, huge shout out to Verizon, Wounded Warrior, and History Channel for helping bring all of this together. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. Hapa, thank you so much for being in the background, and all of our mods and CCs. Happy Veterans Day. And we're going to be doing a raid with a hashtag Virtual Fleet Week. I'm going to drop that here in chat. Do this after the video. So the raid will take place. We're not going to tell you who we're going to raid, but we're going to raid. Use that. And let's hear one more time from Chris Young for the Verizon Branches Challenge. Jeff, do you have anything to say before we go?
No, just a great event. Very interesting. I learned a lot tonight, and please do give for the Wounded Warriors Project.
Outstanding. Thanks again, Jeff. And thank you, everybody, for coming out. All right, let's hear from Sir Chris Young.
Is Chris Young, and this is a special message for military veterans. Verizon wants you for our Verizon Branches Challenge Tournament. 4 teams representing 4 branches of the military will be duking it out on the high seas for glory and a chance to help fellow vets. Now, this mission will be dangerous. You'll be risking eye fatigue, wrist strains, and possibly a sore butt. But if you're up for this challenge, click the virtual recruiting station listed below and enter your name for consideration. World of Warships and Verizon will select the best of the best to represent their branches and duke it out on the weekend of December 5th. The winners will compete for funds to donate to their favorite charities. Verizon will be hosting a matching donation drive throughout the tournament benefiting Wounded Warrior Project as part of its mission to give more to those who give the most. So if you've got the guts, the skills, and the veteran status, apply today, and I'll see you on the virtual high seas.